When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today. Retail gets real to mitigate racial bias in the shopping experience. You just wait. You just wait. Elon Musk is out for blood. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Let's see. Philadelphia's ban on minor traffic stops. We might get to that as well. It takes effect right away. Going free lesson of the day. Triggers in your subconscious mind and the MPs. Whites are unathletic, and it's immoral to care about your people when you're white. Also, some readings from Prometheus Rising, some of Chapter 1, because today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be playing for you Andrei's first part 1 of the symphony that he is making to Prometheus Rising to tell the story. Very exciting. Your questions and calls, and then there is this. An anti-white sits down at a bar beside a laborer. On a television over the bar, the 11 o'clock news shows a man standing on a bridge, threatening to kill himself by jumping to his death. The laborer looks at the anti-white beside him and says, $50, says he jumps. The anti-white glares at the laborer and says, "You're on." Both laborer and anti-white, they lay their money down on the bar. A moment later, and the guy on the bridge leaps to his death. The anti-white screams and punches the bar. The laborer says, "I can't do this to you, buddy. I can't take your money. I saw this on the 5 o'clock news." The anti-white responds, "It's ma'am, and just take the damn money. I saw him jump earlier, but I never thought he would do it again." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C. Mordor on the Potomac, as you all know very well, in the once great state of Virginia, right across from Mordor. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. Let's go free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to every single one of you. Please give me feedback on whether or not there's feedback on the microphone. You may jump on over to Entropy over the course of this stream. Descriptions or the URLs for the platforms I will be addressing are in the description below. Entropy is one of them. Cash App is another one. Odyssey is another one. On all three of those platforms, you may financially gift yours truly, and I do so appreciate it. When you do, I always read your comments or questions. I will be checking those platforms over the course of this Going Free gathering, which is always glorious. They're always glorious, aren't they? Every time we get to spend time together. You may also ask or make comments over the course of the stream. If you want my attention, please tag me as No White Guilt on any of those platforms. @ No White Guilt. It'll make it easier for me to see it. I'm not ignoring you if you just write Jason or something else. I just looked past it by accident. You may also potentially gift on Rumble. And if you do, let me know on one of the other platforms, because I'm not actively monitoring that just yet. But we should be up and operating over there on Rumble. Over the past week, we didn't have any anonymous financial gifts, so we have nobody to name there. But I will tell you that you may financially gift with a cryptocurrency, even if they're in the tank. You can do so by heading over to nowhiteguilt.org. Nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gifts tab. You will see my wallets there. You will also see a snail mail address at which you will be able to write to me. Very first thing I wanted to do is I'm going to reach over as we get into this first news story. And I want to share something very exciting. I'll mention it again in a little bit later. Let's see. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Yes. Let's have a look at that. Can you all see that? It is what you think it is. It is Mark Dice. Somebody called Tyler wrote, "The entire claim is on tape. And in plain English, I'm simply not allowing myself to be discriminated against for my skin color anymore. There's no such thing as, quote, reverse discrimination. There's one kind and everybody is protected under the law against it." He's got a lot to learn, but it started real fast when Mark Dice responded to him on Twitter writing, "It's called anti-whiteism, and sadly, it's on the rise in America." My gosh, let's get some 07s for that champion. What an epic response. And that's what we like. That is what we like to see from heroes. This guy proving himself to be a true hero in service of all that is good and noble and heroic against that which wants to destroy Western civilization, and has the bravery, the good character to be able to tell it like it is. This is what's happening. These are the people that are the problem, and make sure you name them. Because if you don't name that they're anti-whites, and you don't name that the ideology is anti-whiteism, nothing's ever going to get better. We'll jump on over here to Forbes, if you can believe it. Kingdom of Vinland is with us. So is Ladybug. Great to see you. And Mrs. Jess Horse, Euro Yankee, the great one, No White Guilt Clibs, Rory Herbert, Franklin, the real Vincent. Hello to you. First Lady of the American Theater, one of Western kind, Elaine Sabatino. Oh, for the love of all that is noble. Retail gets real to mitigate racial bias in the shopping experience. I shut the microphone off a moment ago, but I will make sure, and everything is still working. So very good. Gets real. It gets real. Well, that's all we need is the America and our shopping experiences. Well, let's see. Our birthdays, our Christmases, our Thanksgivings, our sporting events, they have all gotten very different from our biosphere, haven't they? And so that's what we need. We need a shopping experience on top of everything else. I mean, you already get the feeling that we live in an Afro-Caribbean country, don't you? Everywhere you go outside, all the advertising, the music that's pushed on you 24/7, it doesn't matter what it is. The entire shopping experience needs to be something really grotesque to our biospirit. Diamond Dust is here, and there's the one and only Andrei is with us. Moisejev, great to see you, brother. Biospirit of the West, wonderful to see you. Promethean Promulgation, Patriot is also here. Jerome as well. And there he is, the great Slots and Azimuth Clark. Wonderful to see all you all. Hey, if you haven't yet, now would be a great time to grab that URL, head over to your circles of influence and say, hey, there's this great gathering going on. It's going to be a lot of fun. You should check it out. This author right here, Shelley Köhne. Shelley Köhne. So we're going to see what she has to say. I'm sure it's going to be white sympathetic to the white race, right? She says, I am a retail pundit, business strategist, speaker, and professor. What a surprise, right? The professorship just came with the birth certificate. A new charter was announced by Sephora and open to all, a nonprofit coalition of over 200 members to mitigate. Have you been to Sephora? Do you know what Sephora is? Let me actually just pull this up because I know I've gone in there over the years to get gifts. And I guess I won't anymore after taking a look at this. Let's see. Is this the store I'm thinking of? Yes, that's the one. So it's like all beauty care products, all of this sort of thing. So as you can imagine, the burliest of rednecks head into Sephora when they want to get ready for their fishing trips and their quad trips. This is place one that they go. So we'll head over there. Open to all, I don't know what that's a nonprofit, I guess, to mitigate racial bias in retail. And racial bias, really, is that what happens in retail? This is one of the most, just so many ridiculous things about anti-whiteism. Isn't that the case? It's just this claim that they don't want to serve you, that businesses don't want to serve people. It's the same as this claim, a parallel claim, that there aren't women in certain roles, especially the higher paying roles. Those are the ones they're always fighting for, aren't they? They're like, why aren't there more women in the 6 and 7 figure roles? It's never like, why aren't there more women digging trenches? Why aren't there more women fire jumping? And why aren't there more women bricklaying? Why aren't there more women who are willing to put their life on the line for a dirty, nasty, greasy job that keeps society functioning? There should be far more women in there. Let's get some white men fired from those. Oh, no. No, they want more white men in those jobs, unless, of course, there are non-white men that want those jobs. And then they say, yes, go ahead, fire the white guys. Give it to somebody else. But when it comes to the ladies, it's always the 6-figure. So why are the women not in those jobs? And do you really think that business owners who are concerned with the bottom line in a cultural milieu where you have to not only bend over backwards, but you have to snap your spine in like 38 places to make all of these so-called victim groups, all of these anti-whites who are just nothing but complainers and ingrates, to make them all feel like kings and queens and something in between? I just made that up. We should share that. So do you really think that they don't want their money in that cultural environment? Of course they want their money. When it comes to everybody but the white race, but in particular the white man, those who are in business see the rest of the world as green. As I say, until the white man shows up. And then they say, oh, no, wait, ideology takes precedence. Destroy. Doesn't matter if we lose some money. But everybody is green. So these claims that they're not being, like non-whites, for example, and these were anti-white non-whites, that they're not being treated like queenly enough, kingly enough, in-betweenly enough, is absurd. Of course, it's just another way to destroy the norms of Western civilization. Why do they want to destroy our norms? I thought that we didn't have any norms, otherwise known as culture. I thought we didn't have any of those things. But they're sure all busy dead set on destroying every one of them, the things that we don't have. So dead set again on destroying our norms about, patron and business owner relationship and how that functions and how they see each other. Got to destroy that. Can't have any white norms here. Can't have any of the norms of Western kind. And then you see the logical place where all of this goes in places like Southern California, where they're like, well, you can just steal all you want here. And then how do they keep those businesses in business? With your tax dollars. Yeah, you said to yourself, oh, that's not going to last. Golly jeepers. Because you were following one of those conservative leaders or Republican leaders, and they told you to say that. Boy, golly jeepers. Those businesses are sure stupid. And then what happened? They took your tax dollars and funded those bits. Backdoor funding. How do you like that? You're interested in another backdoor business. They're funding backdoor with your dollars. Taxes on the rise. And then, well, they'll just ruin that area. And then I'll just move someplace else. And then they'll ruin the fucking area where you live then, dumbass. No, you have to combat anti-whiteism. You have to take it on. Because anti-whites, there's only two places they exist in the world. Either at your throat or under your boot. You understand? Two places they exist in the world. The goal of a charter is to bring retailers together to implement actions and create best practices that can address the issues prevalent in the shopping journey for many non-whites. But they here that Köhne calls them BIPOC customers and workers. There should be a way to say that. I'm sure they will. It's just like MLK when I was in school. You couldn't mention that name without it being like super solemn. You know, you had to like say some sort of Latin prayer. No, actually Latin would Swahili prayer, and then say his name and light some candles and burn incense when you mentioned MLK. That was required. Who knows how bad it is now. But for the BIPOC customers, well, I got my shot for that, so I'm good. Racial bias in retail study. Racial bias, really. You know what's a problem? If you look like people who are wont to steal, I'd be willing to bet if you go into a store and you're dressed of any race like a thug, probably going to keep an eye on you. If you go into a store and you have some big bag with a big open top to it, yeah, you're not fooling anybody, right? Doesn't matter how nicely you're dressed. I just won't be left alone. Well, then leave your bag somewhere because it's too easy to just dump stuff in there. Maybe that's the issue. They want your money. They don't want you walking out with merchandise. And you can merely look at this. Just look at the data if you want to know about what's going on in your community. And then, if you want to be treated differently, don't dress and look like them at all. Different clothing, no big bag with the top of it open. I mean, I think everybody has worked at some point in their lives in retail, and you know what you're looking for. They've managed it or they've worked in it. You know what you're looking for. In 2019, Sephora commissioned a first of its kind study. So Sephora paid for this on the state of racial bias in the retail sector. And the study findings were shared across all retailers. We're going to tell them all about it. We're going to tell them all about it because if they then don't take the steps that we demand of them, well, they're our competitors and you should just stop shopping there. Come shop here. I mean, let's be serious for a moment about the what goes on in retail. What goes on right now, I was just mentioning even before reading this, that everywhere you look across Western civilization, certainly in the United States, you get the impression that you live in an Afro-Caribbean country. There's rap music, there's bongos playing in the background. Everything good is like rap. If it's bad, it's going to be something white. If it's bad, it's going to be a white couple. If it's bad, it's going to be some white music, right? But everywhere you look, it's an auto dealer, it's insurance, it's everywhere you look, they have black people predominantly, but then other non-whites filling in increasingly until there are none of us left. And so that means they are targeting these people for sales. They want them to come. When you walk in the door and you see the advertisements, all black people or nearly all black people, 12.5%, 13% of the population, whatever it is in the United States, they want them to come in and buy. Now, why is it? There have been some other studies done by businesses about what kinds of customers are easier sales, what kinds of customers are less likely to save, what kinds of customers have a shorter or longer time preference, what kinds of customers have greater or lower impulse control. And then they target the ones that are more likely to give up their money because they want the money, they want the sale. That's why the goods are there. What they don't want is for the goods to get legs. And if you've ever worked as a laborer, as I have, you know what that saying means. In my interview with Jean-André Rougeau, CEO of Sephora, he discussed how the retail experience is a challenge for many customers due to racial bias. And when he listened to actual shoppers in the focus groups as part of the study, it was very emotional. I remember one black woman. She was saying how she had to be a different person. When she went shopping, she had to dress and behave differently, is how he finished. So he talked to a black woman that said she had to dress differently when she went shopping. If she's dressing in a way that is getting the attention of the owners of these places, shop owners or what have you, in a negative way, well, then yeah. I mean, I don't go shop. Like if I have to go shopping for, I mean, it depends. Like if you're going to go buy a pair of sneakers, you can be in like, I guess I would never dress like that out in public, but I guess you could be in like your sweatpants or whatever it is, whatever. But I mean, if you're going to go, especially a place like Sephora where everything is extremely expensive, I've gone in there for gifts, won't anymore. You're going to go to a place like Sephora where everything is expensive. You better look like you can afford things, because it doesn't matter what race you are. If you look like you might be taking some of those little things that they sell, very little things there, and you're going to just be finding their way into your pockets, they're going to watch you. And by the way, have you been, I'm just thinking about this. Every Sephora that I've gone to get a gift in several states, every single one has been, the staff is almost 100% non-white of various races. So if people are being hawked by someone, the odds that it's a white person is less. So she had to be a different person when she went shopping. She had to dress and behave differently. Well, what kind of behavior does she have? Shape up or ship out, lady. No one should ever have to feel this way. Every customer should be comfortable walking into any store and shopping. Of course, every shop owner is trying to make everyone comfortable. It sounds like these particular people these particular anti-whites who are complaining need to seek a therapist. That's what it sounds like. You know, there is a condition where you think that everybody is looking at you, where you think that everybody is thinking bad things about you. That's a real condition. I mean, it sounds like these people have this condition. The focus group stories were just heartbreaking. And Sephora wanted to learn from those experiences along with the commissioned research from the experts. Every time experts is, for me, is becoming another word for devil. Let's be serious. Because anti-whites, they break this out all the time. The experts say. From now on, it's just like, and Beelzebub says. Rougeau stated, quote, "This type of behavior should not happen in America or any country. It's not happening here, you prick. And we want to do something about it, both internally and from an industry perspective." I mean, seriously, what more can you do for these fucking people? What more can you do for them? shut up, get into the store. Don't come in with a big bag with the top that is open or whatever it is. Get into the store, do your shopping, and then go home and be happy. Stop complaining. That's what needs to happen. And this is what needs to happen, Rougeau. I will come to the store and I will stand right there as a greeter. And then when everybody comes in, if they look like they're in the least bit the kind of person that would complain, I will nicely say to them, I will say, shut up, get what you want, and then get the hell out. Give us as much money as you can part with and then leave. I'm sure the white people will actually suffer less than what they have planned at Sephora. Don't shop at Sephora. Or maybe call them up and say, why are you all so anti-white? Sephora's goal was to share the results of the study and formulate action items to improve action items. To improve the industry in terms of creating more welcoming environments for shoppers and employees. In other words, when you're non-white and you walk into a Sephora, we're rolling out the red carpet. And the way we'll be able to pay for that and the extra employees, we'll charge white people more. When Terry Roberts, Chief Inclusion and Diversity Officer of American Eagle Outfitters, how do you like that? Any company with a Chief Inclusion and Diversity Officer is a radically anti-white company. That person is focused on finding white people to get rid of. For every diversity hire there's going to be a diversity fire or a diversity person who is a diversity never selected. White person. Read the racial bias and retail studies commissioned by Sephora. He was dismayed to hear about how a particular BIPOC customer literally comes up with a game plan to go shopping. When I read about shoppers making a plan to go shopping so they feel more welcome, it was really disappointing, said Roberts. I then realized that I had to do something, dress certain ways, so sales associate. Okay, so this is the person that was talking that I guess Roberts was reading. Had to dress differently, talk differently, because when she's at home or when he's at home or when it's at home, whatever they choose to call themselves, when they is at home, they are so poorly behaved, so badly dressed, so suspicious looking that they actually have to step it up to Western standards to go into their shopping journey. Yeah, they hate that, don't they? They don't want to get suited up for the shopping experience. Paranoia, Biospirit of the West, chimes in. Ardent Parties says Sephora runs ads in Canada full of, I guess, the non-white folks there. What a surprise. Archangel, the non-white overrepresentation in adverts is so much more bizarre where I live. In a 99% white area, it's easy to point out to other white people. Yeah, I can imagine, and I've heard other white folk from areas where it is nearly 100% white people. And every Walmart they go to is just full of advertising for non-white people. And remember, folks, the way that one of the meme pathogens that anti-whites use of all races to change, to fire all of the white people that used to do these advertising jobs, the white actors, the photographers, to get rid of all of them virtually, was that non-whites don't feel comfortable. They don't feel comfortable not seeing themselves on the big banners and commercials. Well, do you care that we don't feel comfortable not seeing ourselves? And then when we point out in areas like this, in addition to that, we point out to them, hey, there are no non-white people to sell to here. What are you doing? Well, we're selling to the non-white people. Okay. Okay. Roberts talked about how there is a divergent perception of how customers feel when shopping and about the retail workers' perception of the service provided. Okay, so the workers feel, and this is the funny thing. It's like I said. I mean, when I was much younger, the big department stores here, they used to be full of what was in the area, right? So the population predominantly was white by far, and a good percentage of non-whites of all types in Northern Virginia area, DC. But you would go into these department stores, and there would be all of these white ladies and guys, and the English was perfect, and they were under very strict rules for how they could behave. They couldn't vacillate whatsoever. Now they've all been fired. And that's the thing, by the way, we always have to talk about it from the perspective of our victimization. Don't ever say like the white negative folks who are like, and then all the non-white people got the jobs. Now they're doing great. That's awful. I mean, you see how stupid that is? I want the non-white people to do great. I just don't want us to not have to do great. I don't want our people getting fired. You have the diversity selection and diversity rejection, and loans and admission to schools and on and on. But now you've got all of these other people from all the places around the world, and some of them can't speak English at all. Some of them can barely speak English. They still have to be there. You got to tolerate it, just like you're going to have to tolerate this. Imagine this: as we march forward in this hell that is the anti-white narrative, as we march forward and are not recapturing our destiny, you're going to have your shopping trips, not your journeys, not your peregrinations. You're going to have your shopping trips absolutely sullied further, because it's not only going to be that you have to feel like you're a stranger in a strange land looking at all of the advertising on the ceiling, the walls, and on the bottles, and etc., but you're also going to have to tolerate this fawning sycophancy for the non-white people who come into the store. And where is the staff then going to be rude? Because they're not going to have time. And what about the behavior in the store? We already see it. The behaviors in the stores that you are going to have to tolerate because the store is going to tolerate. And it's not going to be like you're going to say, I'm just going to go to the next the next drugstore. I'm just going to go to the next grocery store, because they're going to be doing the same thing there. So big group of people, they bring like 4 or 5 degrees away of family members away, and they stand right in the middle of an aisle, and you can't get by. And the store clerks and the rest, they're not going to go up and be able to go up and say anything, because then that is going to force them to conform to a Western standard. How dare you, SOB? Roberts talked about how the divergent perception. And so these employees feel like, look, I'm doing a good job. I can lose my job for allowing merchandise to walk. So I have to both watch them and leave them alone. I have to, somebody comes in with a big old bag and screaming Rugrats and all of the other signs, because all the screaming Rugrats, by the way, if you have never worked in retail, used very often to get attention off what the shoplifter is doing. And they're wearing these bodysuits, so like Spanx, so it's pulling the fat in, and they can shove things inside there, and it then disappears. So you've got to watch them so the merchandise doesn't walk. And you think about some of these places where Sephora is, the stores like beside them. I can't think of their names right now. But you have like shops of ladies' clothing with tops that are like $300. And now with inflation, they're going to be going up. And it takes 1 second to pull that thing off and stuff it somewhere. So somehow they're going to have to watch them and leave them alone, not look at them. And fawn upon them, but also stay out of sight so they don't feel like they're being watched. And then maybe it'll also be the security cameras will have to turn away from their direction. You know, and this goes to the other thing, and we won't read it today. We're already at the bottom of the hour. We're going to get into the Musk thing in just a moment. Then we're going to have a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break because we're going to come right back. We're going to read a segment of the beginning of Prometheus Rising, and we're going to play Andrei's part 1 of the Prometheus Symphony, telling the story of my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, in a symphony. we had Fornull, who did a Promethean space saga where he took names of places, of people, etc., and sewed them into a story of his own, an epic album. Make sure you get it. And then, of course, Luke Mason's album, the Legend of Prometheus. And just Song 8 just came out. And that one, what was that one called? Blessed Crown. And we just had that come on. Where else do you see that happen? Make sure you stay and get a little bit of a listen to the magical things that are happening here in service to white well-being. But I wanted to say, we won't get to it today, but we have an article about driving while black. And I just peeked at that. And just like the flying while black. And as I'm going through this, I'm seeing the same sort of thing. Everybody out there, every single one of you now, I am going to give you what they refer to as the black experience, or we could generally say the non-white experience, because as white people, we'll hear it from black people, we'll hear it from anti-white black people, not all of them. Hispanic people, anti-white Hispanic people, not all of them. The good folks of all races are on our side to put an end to anti-whiteism. Arab people, Asian people, etc. Same thing holds true. And they'll say, it's terrible to have to live in a world where every time you see a police officer, you have to feel fear inside of you. Well, you know what? Every single white person has felt the exact same thing. And do you know when we feel it? When we've broken the law. You're speeding and you suddenly see that cop. Maybe you've done something worse. And you're feeling like, whoa, I don't want to get caught for it. Like, I used to occasionally ride the dirt bike on the road. And then when I was a much younger man, then when I would see police officers driving around the neighborhood, I had like ice run through me. Because I thought, oh my God, what if he's looking for me? What if somebody has called about the dirt bike going down the road? No plates, no lights, not street legal. That is when you get that sensation. So stop admitting to us that you've been up to no good. Roberts talked about how the divergent perception of how customers feel when shopping about the retail workers' and about the retail workers' perception of the services provided. What AEO and other retailers can do is close the gap between the perceived service and the actual service delivered. Okay, why are you at American Eagle Outfitters taking the claim of these anti-white hustlers over your own employees? You have cameras in your stores. You know what's happening. Don't give me this BS. The perception of the service and the actual, no, it's both of them are claims, and you have cameras to settle the problem. You understand? Quote, through this charter, AEO wants to work both sides of the equation and create an environment where shoppers can fleece us and we can raise prices for everyone else, as well as them feeling welcomed and empowered in a trusted environment with retail work. I really feel anti-whiteism and the sort of verbiage they use, and we're going to get on, we can potentially, this is just going to get weirder and weirder, potentially come back to that. I want to get over to Elon. But this language is the language for retarduses. You know the TARDIS, right? So like a phone, but well, this is language for retarduses. I mean, seriously, retarduses. I want to make you feel comfortable and special and your little queen. You're a little queen. Thanks for coming in, queen. Can I, is this chair soft enough for you? Can I just put your big ol' ass in it? put your big ass in this chair and I will just put, oh, you actually want white men underneath of it carrying it as a beer? Okay, we can do, oh, you don't want the white, you want to see them killed. Okay, we could do that as well. Whatever to make you feel special and unique and like a powerful person, because go girl. I mean, come on. Joanne Crevoiserat, CEO of Tapestry, which is a parent company of Coach, so expensive things, Kate Spade, expensive things, and Stuart Weitzman, no comment, said, there has never been a more urgent time for us to demonstrate our commitment to inclusivity. Because before, when money walked in the door, if it was being carried by people who had more or less pigmentation, we just kicked their asses right out. I mean, we actually had what we called the trident method. So every staffer was given a trident, and then we dealt with people. Quote, there has never been a more urgent time for us to demonstrate our commitment to inclusivity. Be it the political landscape, customer, okay, so you have brought the, and this is just like the Starbucks that I drove by, had this a big flag, they had a big flag and a socio-political flag, a flag based in pride over something that should just be like your private business. So you can bring that into the retail environment. You can bring this anti-whiteism, of course you can, into the retail environment, because everything is subject to anti-whiteism and the anti-whites. Or simply our belief in protecting equality and equity for all. How do we get to equity for all in a retail environment? Well, I'll tell you how as we hit the final 15 minutes. And also, I'm going to also mention the other story just there briefly and get on to Musk. The way we achieve equity in the retail environment, and this is real, this is coming. It's already happened places across Western civilization. It's already happened, and it's going to happen more and more. And that is, you're of a certain race, you pay a different price. Get ready for that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump on over. Philadelphia's ban of minor traffic stops takes effect. Let's see if I can do this. Not shut off the mic. Has the sound been all right the whole time? Some feedback would be great. Taylor Allen wrote this. Starts off with that equals sign, because this is the part of math they can actually do. This little symbol here. It's like the probability issue. Have you ever encountered this? They like to call it profiling, when actually it's called probability mathematics. Philadelphia police can no longer pull drivers over for certain minor traffic offenses under a law taking effect today that aims to reduce racial profiling. Now, I thought it was constitutional that the police can pull everyone over for any traffic offense, but I guess they'll have to look into that. Why it matters? Well, because non-white anti-whites. That's why. Philadelphia police stop black drivers for minor traffic violations at disproportionately higher rates compared to white drivers. What a surprise. Well, it's obvious, because all of those black police officers and other non-white police officers, they're just hating on the black folk there. It could not be because people are actually doing something illegal. It couldn't be because of that. And take a look at this slippery slope. Where does this go? By the numbers, the Defender Association of Philadelphia examined more than 309,000 traffic stops from police data between October 2018 and September 19. The association found that black drivers comprised 72% of those pulled over for alleged traffic violations, despite making up 43% of the city's population. My God, that should tell you far more than the lie that you are deriving from that data. It should tell you far, far more. So I wonder, what's really interesting is how they say this. Philadelphia's ban of minor traffic stops takes effect. So they actually mention the word, they use the word certain. Are there specific things that they're claiming that Black people, not all, but many in Philadelphia are doing that they're no longer going to give you a ticket for, so that they can lower this number so that you can reach equity of outcome in punishment? Now, we told you this exact thing was going to happen. This is exactly what's going to happen. And when you talk about it, you share the key concepts or any of the concepts from Going Free. That's the purpose of mentioning any of this stuff, is to share the concepts, to spread white well-being, to spread this curative contagion so it gets to as many folks as possible. How do you reach equity in punishment? Well, you're going to have to stop punishing certain offenses by groups that are apparently, I don't know, I'm not interacting, apparently, supposedly, more often engaged in those illegal activities. And you're going to have to, this is the first step. This is the first step. This is the equivalent in education. You already saw it in education. Where they said, okay, well, we've got to even out the test scores, so we will give them points for being non-white. We'll just elevate. Now, I'm not saying it ever did. It ever happened anywhere. And folks, you can go check it out for yourself with CNN and the rest out there. I'm giving you an opinion, and I'm telling you what other people have said. So they raised the points. They gave points. They took under consideration your race when it came to admissions to trade schools, to universities, to college, etc. They tried to, and then still, it wasn't quite good enough. So instead of taking points away from another race of people, instead of taking points away from them, they just said, well, that's going to be tough to do, and that's going to be a tough sale. So we'll just lower that standard. Now, equity. And remember, is equity the thing that's important here? Equity is a meme pathogen. It's a concept to get to something, which is the victimization of Western kind and the destruction of Western civilization. Equity, my friends, if you're out there, you're one of those folks, maybe you've been following some conservative leader or Republican for so long, and they have told you that the point is equity for these anti-whites. Maybe they've told you that they're called Democrats. Maybe they've told you they're called liberals. Maybe they've told you they're called woke. Well, I'm here to tell you, equity will be gone like dew in the summer sun the moment there aren't any more white people or Western civilization to destroy. So what they're going to do here is they're going to stop penalizing, specifically, according to this newspaper, blacks in Philadelphia for certain traffic infractions. I'm guessing that those are infractions that this group of people are more likely to be violating or committing. Laws more likely that they are more likely to violate. I don't know what they are. But how often do you suspect for a moment? Do you think for a moment that if a white guy like myself, let's say one of those laws is, I don't know, maybe running a red light, they're going to just let that go? Do you think if a white guy like me runs the red light in Philadelphia and a cop sees it, you think he's going to be like, meh, give me a break? He's got a quota for tickets that he has to give. And he knows that no one will complain if a white guy is given a ticket for that infraction. And besides, they need me to get a ticket so that I can help to bring up the offenses by white people. I probably wouldn't have to run a red light. Just get close to it, and they would give me the ticket. Less than 1% of these types of traffic stops resulted in recovery of contraband or weapons. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? So they were pulled over for speeding or no turn on a red or driving the wrong way down a one-way street or whatever it is, and they didn't find who cares? That's not what they were pulled over for. And the other thing is, you always have to look at the data that anti-whites present, because it's always massaged. It's always faked in some way. All you have to do is barely peek under the hood, and you'll find they especially love giving percentages like here, because they don't give you the idea of scale. What scale is this coming from? Like, what is the totality of white people of a certain age, the demographic that would be there actually and could be there in that neighborhood or in those neighborhoods where those infractions are being committed? They don't look into any of that. It's pseudoscience from top to bottom every time they give you any data whatsoever. Let's jump over to Musk. Who wants to talk about Musk? I am indeed out for blood, he says, sitting perched in a high throne, which I imagine he could pay for really easily. I mean, who's going to really object? His throne atop SpaceX. Elon Musk asks why Twitter allows Hillary Clinton lie on site. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Remember, don't go anywhere when we take our break, folks. We'll be right back. And looks like Canute is over there on D Live. And we have Foundations 21 over there on Odyssey. Great to see you all. West Middlebrook is here. Katie Lane is here. Liminal Lime. Jilly and First Last. Promethean Promulgation. Promise is here. Simon JJ. Nancy Drew. What are you all thinking about Elon Musk? How's he doing lately? Are you excited? Are you worried? The opinions seem to be all over the board when it comes to Musk. Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk confirms that he is, quote, out for blood. Now, these are statements that he's made on tweets on his Twitter account after asking why Twitter has allowed a 2016 tweet featuring a debunked lie from a former Democratic presidential candidate, Hillary Clinton, to remain on the platform despite a new revelation revealing that Clinton personally signed off on spreading the fake news in 2016. Now, I'm reading to you what these people are saying. So even though there has been at the government level, they've all looked into it, and people have come out from the government and said of this certain rumor about Donald Trump that it is completely fraudulent, and there is a person who made it up, and there is a person, and then you have the campaign manager of Hillary Clinton coming forward and saying, yes, she said, go for it, let's make this happen. And even though that's all happened, I'm sure that I would still get a strike if I said the opposite here. I mean, I looked at some stories, and anti-whites were saying, like, so-called, they were using words like that. So-called debunked. So he's out for blood about Hillary Clinton. Earlier today, Clinton, now, of course, her Twitter was about the collusion between Donald Trump and Russia, which, of course, plagued Trump his entire presidency. So everything he tried to do, they marched this forward, the Russian collusion, and where is he in his connection, and why would he do this for Russia, and how does Russia stand to benefit? Just endless from these lying anti-white pieces of garbage. It was endless for his presidency. And now you find out what they're claiming now, what their findings have been in court and elsewhere. Earlier today, Clinton's former campaign manager, Robbie Mook, it sounds like, I mean, no offense to those who have the surname Mook, but that really sounds like the kind of person that would be working with a Clinton, doesn't it? Testified in court that Clinton personally signed off on the decision to send the Trump Russia hoax involving Alpha Bank, the top private bank in Russia, to reporters. Uh-oh. By the way, when something like this happens, always look all around you, because a big piece of news suddenly hitting the landscape, and certainly one like this, that says, my God, this piece of news, the claim is that the whole Russia thing is a hoax. That's what they're saying. When that happens, you have to be mature enough to realize that sometimes big news stories are released so you don't see something else. I'm not saying there's something else, but look into it. Musk, who recently said he intends to vote Republican for the first time, questioned why Twitter is allowing the blatantly fake information proffered by Clinton during the 2016 campaign to remain on the platform, despite the hoax Clinton referred to having been debunked for years, and despite Twitter saying it would begin adding, quote, additional context, close quote, to tweets containing misinformation or disinformation earlier this week. So apparently nothing's been done at Twitter. What a surprise. The interaction came after, and what about all the people who lost their Twitter accounts because they said, well, this is obviously bullshit? Are they going to get their accounts back, Twitter? What about all the people who were punished and had their accounts silenced for a certain amount of hours? Are they going to get back maybe a payment from Twitter, or maybe a certain amount of hours that every tweet they give will go to every single person on the platform? I mean, how are you going to compensate? This is what you would do for the fabricated grievances that white people have done so much wrong. This is the kind of idea that you could come up with, just to give these things to non-white people, such things to non-white people, so that they could have equity. And then it still wouldn't be equity. It would just keep going forward. The interaction came after a Twitter user tagged Musk in response to Clinton's 2016 tweet and wrote, "I have reported this tweet as misleading disinformation to the powers that be" at Twitter. You see, if this person were going free, they'd be able to say, I reported this tweet as misleading disinformation to the anti-white powers at Twitter. The powers that be is a meaningless statement. At Elon Musk, I have reported this. Okay, so that's the actual. And Musk wrote back, "You are absolutely correct." Quote, "That tweet is a Clinton campaign hoax for which their campaign lawyer is undergoing a criminal trial," close quote. The billionaire added, before tagging Twitter's CEO and top lawyer. Musk was commenting following the revelation from Mook, which happened as part of the criminal trial against Michael Sussman, who is alleged to have been paid by the Clinton campaign to convince the FBI to investigate 45th President Donald Trump over Democrat disinformation. Sussman pleaded not guilty. Quote, "Bet most people still don't know that a Clinton campaign lawyer using campaign funds created an elaborate hoax about Trump and Russia," wrote Musk in response to Republican Representative Jim Jordan's tweet about the ongoing Michael Sussman trial. And I thought I had those up. Maybe I didn't. But we all know that Jim Jordan is gelded. He's not going to do anything. And here's what Jim Jordan tweeted. He said, "Christopher Steele created the dossier. Glenn Simpson sold it to the press. Michael Sussman took it to the FBI, and Democrats and the media lied to you about it all." That's where Musk said, all true. Bet most people don't know that a Clinton campaign lawyer, etc. And then he added there, Musk did, makes you wonder what else is fake. Anything it takes to get to an anti-white conclusion, buddy. Anything. That remark also comes after Musk was accused of behaving inappropriately with a flight attendant in 2018. What a surprise that all of these sort of claims start coming out. I mean, Are you just numb to the lying bullshit yet by the anti-whites? Are you numb to it yet? I've been numb to it a long time. Somebody gets in the way of anti-whiteism, not even calling it anti-whiteism. All you have to do is get in their way of victimizing Western kind, Western civilization, and then all of a sudden, women start coming out of the woodwork. Oh, I was inappropriately touched. Oh, I was raped. Or all of a sudden, they just start appearing everywhere. And it ends up being that you look at their history, and actually they're members of this anti-white organization, this anti-white party, that anti-white organization. What a surprise. Every single time. It really takes, it's too bad that the white race is so goddamn gullible that they'll just believe anything. I want to, let's see if I can find exactly what else he said here, because this is some, is this it? Because I said to you all, when he was first talking about where is it? I said to you all when he was first talking about buying Twitter that he only had two options. He either had to pay tribute to the anti-whites or go to war with them, right? Well, it appears that he's choosing to go to war because he tweeted, and where is it? Is this it? Tesla is building a hardcore litigation department where we directly initiate. What did I say? Do you remember what I said? He's not going to be able to just pay lawyers or teams of lawyers to just like defend himself. I said he was going to have to go out into the world and crush those who are going to want to crush him. He was going to have an active posture toward those. So an active defensive posture toward those who want to destroy him, because the anti-whites, they're either at your throat or under your boot. That's the only two places they exist. And apparently, this guy who is clearly a mega genius came to the same conclusion. Where else did you hear so early on what he was going to have to do to be able to survive this? Did you hear it anywhere else? And more than just a flippant statement, more than just like a one-off. Tesla is building a hardcore litigation department where we directly initiate and execute lawsuits. The team will report directly to me. Please send 3 to 5 bullet points describing evidence of exceptional ability. And then here, we will never seek victory in a just case against us, even if he says, my commitment. I want to get to the tweet where he says, you have to be like a bloodthirsty, a lawyer that's ready to get in and battle to the death. That's somewhere in here as well. You can find it. And he's come to the same conclusion that there's no chance of success in doing like the Republicans and doing leadership and doing like the conservative leadership and doing like the nationalist leadership, the patriotic leadership, the libertarian leadership, the constitutionalist leadership, of just sitting on your hindquarters and hoping that the anti-whites will just go away. That if you use some of their moral structure, use some of their anti-white morality, that they will leave you alone, that they will be nice to you, that they will treat you with a little bit more dignity, that they won't use lawfare against you. No, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it has ever worked in the totality of your life. How old are you? You should know better by now. Damn it. And with that, we'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's anti-white? Why should people care about anti-whiteism? And what can be done about it? We'd like you to make a short video targeted at the general public to explore these questions in whatever style you feel most comfortable. Maybe you like to explain things plain and straight, or maybe you like to inspire people with songs or poems. Whatever your style, we'd love to hear from you, but we ask that you follow these simple guidelines. It must be family friendly, it must be short and engaging, it must not vilify specific groups, please avoid copyrighted footage or music. The creator whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win
a small prize.
And it's sure to be a hard call since some of the greatest content creators have already agreed to participate, including
No White Guilt, Intellectual Embargo, White Heart Collective, Laura Tower, Brant Danger, Yiz, Semio God, Sam Millia.
And of course, both organisers will upload an entry through their respective channels, Jubilation Media and West Bend Media. Whether you're a beginner or experienced content creator, we'd love you to join us. So get working on a video and upload it by
July the 25th.
And be sure to notify an organiser so it can be mirrored on a dedicated channel where all the entries can be viewed in one place. So let's work together to boost the concepts of anti-white and anti-whiteism and bring an end to the harm that's being inflicted on our people. Links and information will be in the description below, and feel free to ask any questions you may have. We look forward to seeing your creations.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be talking about the one and only. This is very exciting. I can't say enough right now about how much of a joy it was to learn that this part one of Andrei Moisejev's Prometheus Rising Symphony, which tells the story of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. This book right here, ladies and gentlemen, has begun. And he's been working on this part one and the other parts as well. And he has released part one, which is titled The Fount of Creation, a symphony. Like I said, we have what Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, calls a Promethean metal. It's like hard rock, but in metal, kind of sort of mixed, I think at least, and fantastic. And he just released, we'll play it tonight, Song 8 of a 9-song album telling the story of Prometheus Rising. Where has this happened elsewhere? What was it about this book and the story contained herein that have inspired both of those gentlemen, inspired our very own Fornull here to make an album as well, where he took contents from Prometheus Rising and made them into his own story, magnificent tale and album as well, inspired numerous others to write poetry and to write songs that have never been heard yet, and will be, though, heard in the future, certainly when we make the artist edition available. What about the great Groundhog Fury and the story? What about the impact that it had on him and motivated him, inspired him to create all of this artwork associated with Prometheus Rising, and so many other talented artists who participated and contributed, and many of their works will be visible, of course, in the artist edition as well. Very talented people. what is it about this story? Well, what is Prometheus Rising? And we're going to, in just a moment, I'm going to give a little read, and then we are going to listen to Andrei's part 1 of his symphony, telling the story of Prometheus Rising, completely epic and glorious. And we will properly salute and celebrate him in a moment. It's very exciting indeed. But this is a story where I remake the story, I rewrite the story of Prometheus. So you can understand the Prometheus in this story to a degree by knowing that original tale of Prometheus. None of the weird interpretations that have come about later. So none of the weird interpretations and takes. There have been many. So ignore those, but then get into Prometheus Rising, and you'll find that this is a very different character in many ways. Number one, he is the creator of the Promethean people, and they are representative of us. And I wrote the book to didactically entertain you so that you're drawn through it to create a universe, this Prometheus Rising universe, so that I can write more into the tale over time. And I have many short stories. I think the way I want to proceed is with short stories of various lengths that will be packaged together into a single book and then sold at a time. So they can take place at anywhere in the entire expanse of all of recorded and imaginative history as I feel fit, as will be necessary to educate our people. Now, what is it that I'm talking about? What is it that I'm educating you about? I'm educating you about who we are. I'm not talking about none of the other actual races of man are in this book. There are fictional races or fictional peoples that are in the book. And I use them as a foil to help us understand our strengths, our weaknesses, how both of those are used against us, and how we can defend our weaknesses and utilize our strengths, and even in some cases utilize our weaknesses to our benefit. In that sense, this is this book, and I take all of that information, I put that info into this story, which is mythopoetic. So this is a brand new sort of narrative, and it is very spiritual in its delivery and in its essence, because I didn't write the story for the sole purpose of entertaining, the sole purpose of getting a laugh. No, I tapped into, to the best of my ability, the spirit of our people, the biospirit of the West, in order to deliver a narrative that is the story of our people, that recurs, that even if we lost this and lost all of our own old stories, all of our great legends, we would rewrite them all as long as we persist. That is my honest belief, that when we reach out to write something in the world, when we reach out to create something in the world, we are, to some degree, tapping into who and what we are as a people. And that might be less, especially in this day, given all of the anti-whiteism. Or if you are going free, you have been for some time, a greater representation, a greater expression of who and what Western kind really is. So Andrei's first piece of music is about the very beginning in this book. And I'm going to read just a little segment I'll just pick up in the middle of the first chapter, and to give you a taste of what you're missing by not reading Prometheus Rising. I've been working on preparing to read this into an audiobook because so few people read anymore. But don't let that get in your way in picking up the book and beginning the reading on your own. It is written in a very lyrical fashion, and that might trip you up a little bit at first, but I think you'll find that once you get into it, there is a cadence that is easy to keep. And hopefully it is as beautiful and emotionally moving for you as so many others have reported. They tell me that they don't understand what's going on with the pollen, because suddenly the pollen gets real bad while they're reading, and their eyes begin to water tremendously. All right. So this first chapter is titled The Beginning. And I'll read maybe a couple pages. And then we will hear Andrei's magnificent part one of the symphony he's writing. An entire rock album, an entire symphony, and an entire space-based album. All of the magical work and the great work that everyone has contributed to this. You'll also find, I don't want to call him by his, I want to make sure I don't say the real name. So just one second. What's the name? Okay. Artwork by Ezra in the beginning of the book. And for him, the story moved him as well. And we've not had something like this before. And it's the kind of thing that our people have at countless meetings and conferences and been in conversations. And I've heard time and again, boy, I just wish we had a book that had this tale with heroes and monsters and villains and loss and victory and all of this sort of thing, just all sewn up into one place. I wish we had that. Here it is. And brilliant people have looked at it and come to the same conclusion. And that's why they bring their brilliance of their minds and their fingers, etc., to the work, to expand it so that it does end up reaching our brothers and sisters. It's not necessarily going to be the kind of thing that's good for everyone. You have to be a bit of a special person to take that first step on the healthy path. As the gardener who prunes with an eye to the future, Prometheus worked the fields within void for time beyond measure. And when to his liking the fields took shape, his thoughts abruptly turned toward the will of another. A consciousness had flashed into being, near and yet far, a life across the vastness of void. Slowly there followed, one after the other, like stars that peek through night clouds, tiny flames on fragile wings, wet from the moment of creation. Of these sparks, there came to be scattered like pearlescent gems across the abyss of void, gods in their infancy, orbs of airy crystal set amid cloaks of glimmer and shadow. Long Prometheus regarded the latecomers, for he knew in watching that though no two gods had similar origins, coming not from his secret thoughts, he saw in them a beginning different and yet not unlike to his own. And though their glory and their power shone far dimmer and far weaker, drawn was he to that which was similar. He watched as the latecomers harvested the clay, yet they gathered without heed for the future and destroyed what Prometheus had made. He watched as they became aware of one another, but of him they had taken no notice. For when toward him they turned their attention, their sight he darkened, their thoughts he muddled. At length, the cosmic clay was gathered, amassed in great hordes by the gods. Long they sat idle thereafter, for like to the swift years of youth to those who are bent and weary, purpose had fled with the end of the harvest. Sadness was come to the Lord, though not for himself, but for the misery of others he felt as his own. Yet, in time, he returned to the thoughts he had abandoned when the first of the latecomers was come to the nothing. And again, his thoughts took flight, and from his fathomless musings a new wonder arose, for great fields of fire leapt suddenly into void, a light like the consciousness of the gods. Mesmerized by the quivering fire that glowed, so much like the fires of their thoughts, all were drawn toward the radiant glory, beckoning as a glistening mote upon void's endless horizon. Their thoughts reaching thither, to the shores of the flaming sea the gods all sped. First to the flames was a god who would name himself Zushan. Nearest to him, the liquid fields of whirring amber sprang into being, climbing like great coiling stalks of corn, husks adorned in flowering clusters, fiery petals alight with the pirouette of emerald flames. Great shadows, bearing coruscating swarms amid their roiling folds, drew round the fields of fire. And thus, not of their desire, but of their doing, there formed the assembly of the gods. Within the immeasurable depths of void, there rose the likes of a prodigious Colosseum, the fields a stage of mystifying fire, and thousands of gods arrayed like legislators in the seats of divine governance. Of varying strengths were all, yet none approached the radiance and power of he whose thoughts begat the clay and kindled the fires, Lord Prometheus, the first and the last. With little notice of his neighbors, each gazed in love and amazement at the flames of life. For though the gods sensed their own lives would endure not forever, though their spans be unfathomable by the reckoning of man, within these fires burned the potential of eternity. And yet agelessness was not their greatest promise, for they concealed a magic the gods wielded not, a magic of ennobling splendor, limitless and beyond reckoning. With their thoughts to the fire and their backs against void, each became aware that a great company had assembled to look upon the new wonder, to marvel at the majesty of unbodied life inchoate. Long they sat in silence, each taking counsel with himself. Yet at length Prometheus arose as a figure of fire and smoke, wrought by his secret thoughts into the sketch of a man. He strode to the center of the stage, its hissing fires licking at his knees. Addressing the assembled, he propounded a theme more wondrous than they had imagined. For he spoke of the cosmic clay, of how with it they might shape themselves an abode, a universe and worlds upon which to live and take comfort. Each god, he said, would use the clay that they had gathered to bring this creation into being, and he would instruct them in this task, teaching them, guiding their hands, for these things he had envisioned, foreshadowing their making. I think I'll stop there so we can get into Andrei and his magnificent piece. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrei says here, "This is not a sponsored work. I am generally uninterested in fiction, but this one's a magnificent tale, so impressive that I made a promise to the author to write the most majestic music to accompany it. So far, this is but an introduction to an introduction. The work resembles Lord of the Rings, so I have also included such a reference." And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please get out your raucous emojis, your 07s, show respect, show love for our one and only Andrei Moisejev's Part 1, The Fount of Creation. That was absolutely beautiful. I am so excited. The way it sort of builds, the way that it has, let me check the audio really quickly just to make sure it didn't do its little trick that it does. The way it comes in, it's masterfully and magically putting to music the moment of creation. And you'll find that in the book, either when you read it, or I know that some parents are reading it to their kids. Some people are buying it for birthday presents and Christmas presents and this sort of thing. And it's almost just leaves me speechless thinking about a symphony. Big round of raucous emojis again for Andrei. God bless you, man. I am so delighted that this has moved you so much that even though you are normally totally uninterested in fiction, that this spoke to you in a biospiritual way. And you felt compelled to bring your vast and great talents to this tale and to write the first symphony to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. This truly is the story that we have always wanted. We don't have to, with Prometheus Rising, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to try to twist the text into meaning something that we think, and we might be able to argue in a strange way, speaks to and about us. We don't have to try to twist and break and interpret and reinterpret the text and the literature to find some sort of way that it benefits us so that we understand ourselves better. We don't have to invest ideas and imagination into a text that doesn't have the ideas and the imagination already in it. It's there. It is there for us. If you have read Prometheus Rising, please share. And I think, folks, if you're watching this and you see so many of these wonderful people, these are magnificently talented folks. Andrei is clearly a superb musician and music maker, and this symphony is going to be something that is so far beyond the word epic and the word glorious. I'm staggered by it. I'm very excited about the possibilities as each of these pieces come together, and this symphony is taken from the spirit and put into our tangible world, something that is palpable, something we can feel moving us and speaking to us in ways that we hear classical music do. So many of us, we might not be classical music fans, but the moment that we are exposed to this true beauty, which I believe is the music of the soul, the music of the spirit, it's speaking to us in a higher place. We feel ourselves taken to flight with it. We feel ourselves aloft in the music. And that is a place where true messages, true love, and true power can be instilled so that when we come back down to earth, we can create the world, recreate the one we're in, the physical one we're in. We can create the world of Prometheus Rising right here in our very lives. You know, there's something about religion and spirituality, and there are, different arguments that folks can make about when religions or spirituality, or, you could even in a modern day sense think about, but in a real, sort of maybe a vapid way, like self-help sort of books and movements, even around like self-help folks. So in sort of a vapid way, you can take a little bit of there for this understanding that a people becomes what they are by allowing themselves to embrace the spirit within them. And when they embrace the spirit within them, there's a real question. And that is, do they have to know and the knowing here is drawn into question. Do they have to know what went on in some remote past, some dim past, some antediluvian past? Do they have to know what that was? And really, how can you know? It's just a tale that's handed down over the years. So if you weren't there, you're not only taking the word of those who were there, you're taking the word of those who were not there however many generations ago, passed down from parent to child or religious leader to devotee, whatever it might be. So you're taking that on board as a faith. So do the events for a people of the past have to happen? Or do you have to believe and have faith that they happened because they're always a possibility? They're always on the incipient moment of being achieved within us, within that people. So that just as these stories are recreated, I believe, in us, they live forever. Even if you could somehow delete all of the actual material and all of our memories of the tales as they've been handed down, we would immediately recreate them. That means that we would immediately re-achieve them. You see, the past, the present, and the future are something out there. The thing that holds true, the victories over the monsters of the past, are not victories in the past out there. They're victories in here. And if you invoke that spirit, the great spirit of the West, if you invoke it, if you call to it, if you conjure it, those victories will be achieved again. That is the true magic that we carry, each and every one of us, inside of us. But after all of the anti-whiteism, after all of the poisoning lifelong, people who know that this is the case, dedicating themselves to muddying your spirit so you can't reach it. So you've built these great walls around it because you believe it's evil. They know that if they can prevent you from seeing that, you'll never achieve what you have achieved in the past. You'll never do what you have done in the past as a people. But if you tear that down, you use that key that Prometheus Rising and the method of going free gives to you. You use that key and you open that door. You release that spirit of the West inside of you. Those who hate us, those who are bright enough to know, they know that you'll be able to do again what we have done before. So don't let, when you read Prometheus Rising, don't let the idea or the thought that, well, this Prometheus didn't actually walk the earth. The Prometheans didn't actually build this civilization in Cindelin's Vale. They didn't actually do these things. And so therefore, we can't take this and go somewhere. That would be extremely myopic. Instead, understand that what's happening in those tales did happen if we make them happen. What happens in these tales is happening if we make them happen. The achievements in these tales are achievements if we achieve those things. All of that is real for all time within us as long as we persist. And that is the beauty and the promise and the magic that awaits you in the pages of Prometheus Rising.
this courage comes from, only heaven knows. When enemies encircle and evil brings them down, heroes do what must be done to win the blessed crown.
All right, we're going to be getting now to your financial gifts. That was The Blessed Crown from the album The Legend of Prometheus by Eminent Ring. And of course, right before that, we heard The Fount of Creation, part 1 of Prometheus Rising Symphony by our very own Andrei Moisejev. So magnificent. Thank you both so much. How glorious is it to be part of this, part of really what's changing the world in a real way. Not just folks complaining, not just folks hoping at some point for a political party to come about or elections to be won. It's really something else. It's really quite special. And I think if you're wondering, why does Jason ever feel happy or inspired or positive, optimistic about what's taking place, even though things are so bad? And one of the main reasons and ways is in Prometheus Rising. If you can tap into that spirituality of our people, the spirit of the West, if you can begin to hear that voice, capital V, and the closer you come to being able to hear it, touch who we really are as a people, there is power there beyond imagination. Let me look at what you all are saying. The sun has set here outside of Mordor on the Potomac, and we now have the magic window is giving us a view of Washington, D.C. from the air. It is beautiful. We can all thank the magic window. Let's get some raucous emojis and 07s for both Luke Mason and Andrei Moisejev, both releasing these almost right in a row. It's just, and they're not talking to each other about when to release. I mean, it's happening. It's marching forward. There's something special here. People will speak of it, and certainly looking back in the years to come. We have No Wine Guild Clips over here on Entropy, financially gifting $5. Bless you, great champion. When I use the MC, equality is the demand of the incompetent to handicap the competent, I often get the response that equality is a good thing. Equality is the problem. How would you respond to that? So they say to you, equality is a good thing. Well, you have to ask about equality in what context, and you'll probably be able to ascertain immediately that they are talking about the meme pathogen equality. Now, if they try to back it off, if they try to walk backward about like equality before the law, then I have always agreed to equality before the law is a good thing. Where else do you want to see equality? Like the same treatment, the same standard of treatment for everyone. That's a good thing. But aren't you in violation of that with the preferential treatment you want to give to non-white people at the expense and victimization of white people? So that's sort of the way that in most cases, that's sort of like the most general response when I don't have, and I don't, you can jump into the question widget, brother, if you have some more particulars that somebody has come at you with. But yeah, just stepping it back to, are you talking about the meme pathogen? Anti-whites will do that. They will gladly try to jump over to the, oh, I just mean equality of the law. And then when you pin them down, really, is that's really what you want? Okay, then you want to do away with all of these projects to discriminate against Western kind in employment, in loans, and grants, and you want to do away with all of that so that we can actually have equal treatment. Well, no. That's normally what ends up happening. Well, no, I'm just a lying POS, they say. Yes, the eunuch and unifier here with us. $5 financial gift. God bless you, sister. Weekly folk tithe to remind everyone my Monday night stream, Discordant Dragons, is returning to YouTube soon. Stay tuned. And she says, Kip, keep it Promethean. Indeed, sister. Kip, indeed. And that's fantastic. It's going to be back on YouTube and start to build this audience again. If you are not subscribed to either of these people, No White Guild Clips or Yiz the Eunuch, do so today. You can hop over right now. You can leave this playing and you can go over there or write yourself a little note and subscribe to their channels on YouTube. It's the only place I send people is YouTube, of course. Thank you so much, Yiz. And here we have Dude Bro Moment. Please, a big round of raucous emojis. 07s for Dude Bro Moment, who is rocking the world. $50 financial gift. Ever since this guy has shown up, he is dedicated. God bless you. And he writes with that $50 financial gift, he says, for white well-being. Well, thank you very much. I deeply appreciate that. Now's the time, folks. Now is seriously the time to start getting really excited. I know that it's tough right now. I know that it's tough right now. But it's time to get seriously excited. We're going to be talking about the lessons from Go Free. This is your opportunity. A couple lessons. The Going Free lesson of the day, some MPs, and provide you with some MCs. Very easy. Don't freak out if you never heard MP and MC before. Very easy. You'll understand in a moment. And this is the way you become stronger. This is the way you get out into the world. And if you want, and when I'm talking about stronger relative to Go Free, the superficial, or not really superficial, the tangible element of that is having the right mindset and the concepts to use that put you in our story where we're the hero. Utilizing those concepts in your life will begin to break down all of that garbage that is stored in your subconscious mind, the anti-white concepts. That will begin to give you more access to your innate abilities and that spirit of the West that's inside of every single one of us. This Going Free coupled with Prometheus Rising completes the picture. You will be able to then more fully understand and grapple with the spirit of the West, what it is, how it works. I don't need to be there to tell you. I can just, I won't be, I don't have to be there in your ear. You don't have to, we don't talk about Prometheus Rising every Sunday or 2 times a week or 3 times a week where people get in your ears about other things and like, you got to do this and you got to do that and look out for this and look out for that. This will happen. That's all I got to say. This will happen. Lockie's here. Great to see you. And there's the great Brant Danger is with us. Another true champion that's been touched by all of the practice we have here, the fiction of Prometheus Rising and the didactic magic contained therein. We have over here on, get out your raucous emojis or keep them out, and your 07s for a big salute to the great Sloths, a true champion. You've seen him for a long time in the trenches, making it happen, debating, getting the concepts out into the world that are changing the world. We did start with Mark Dice telling people that what's wrong with the world is anti-whiteism. Coconut is here. Sloths, the great Sloths. He's also got a great big heart, ladies and gentlemen. He financially gifts $100 US. $100 US. And he does so in the name of intellectual embargo. And he gives intellectual embargo a 07 as well. A salute to intellectual embargo. Thank you so much, brother. Intellectual embargo is shuttering his work that he's been doing over there under that name, and he's going to move on, at least for the time being, at least for the future. And Slots wants to recognize his commitment, the things that he has, his contributions to White Wellbeing, all of the different creations, these great videos. If you remember, if you've ever watched any of his content, you'll know that he had a very sober, wonderful delivery. His videos were magnificent. They were intellectual, but they weren't so erudite that people couldn't get it. He made sure that it was accessible to everybody who saw his videos. And so we are so grateful to Intellectual Embargo and all his contributions to white positivity and white well-being. We love you, brother, and we're here for you, and we wish you the best of luck on your journey from this point forward. And we also love the great Slots, who, of course, has a great big heart for celebrating and saluting intellectual embargo with a $100 financial gift. God bless you, Slots. That's beautiful. We need to be supporting each other. We need to be cherishing each other. We need to be bolstering each other. Now, right, people are looking out into the world, and there are a lot of things that are happening just exactly as we said. The anti-whites, did we not? And I keep reminding you so everybody can remember, before the decade even started, I said the anti-whites were going to get stronger over this decade, but we were going to get stronger as well. That you would not see a diminution in the anti-whites' power to inflict injury on us as a consequence of us getting stronger. No, they'll happen in parallel. That's exactly what's happening. Now, I gave a prediction for us because I knew that we were going to take those steps to grow more powerful as the anti-whites grow more powerful. But that means with a prediction, we have to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. We have to grow. We have to make it happen. We have to spread the lexicon. We have to spread the key concepts. We have to spread going free. We have to share as it becomes increasingly powerful, as it seems to draw like cloud cover from the distance, all being drawn to one point in the sky, a sort of apex. The spirituality and lessons that are bequeathed to us in Prometheus Rising. We have to make the sacrifices so that we empower ourselves and our people for the challenges that are undoubtedly coming. The magic of changing this world is not in a vote, is not in violence. It is not in these edgy memes. And edgy is just, for these people who usually say that, is just a euphemism for playing the villain. It's not going to be any of those places. It will be in the places that our brothers and sisters already exist, in their positions of power, in their positions of wealth, in their positions of popularity. And increasingly you see the concepts making their way to more and more of these individuals. This is how we change the world. There's been no other way. No other way. And I know you don't understand it. I had somebody write today, many of you who are here do get it. And that's why you've stayed. That's why you show up every Sunday and show up as often as you can. And you get busy making these things into memes and into videos like Intellectual Embargo did, and into tweets and into gabs, because you're making it happen. You understand how this works. But like I had a guy today, and God bless him. I've been sharing testimonials on different platforms, and I should have, I guess, been doing that all along. I thought, and this is a place that I made an error. I thought that having massive success would cause others who care in the white sympathetic sphere, who care about our people and our well-being, to talk about the success we're having. Surely, if we were in a community of people combating cancer, and a laboratory somewhere begins defeating cancer, all of the other labs, the journals and etc., would be saying, look at this laboratory. They're having great success combating cancer. Surely they would all talk about it. Well, apparently that was my naivete. Apparently the selfishness and ego and everything else are more powerful than the claim, the stated claim of wanting to do something great for our people, of wanting to do something better. So I started sharing. I'm making much more effort now to pluck the good people out of the white sympathetic sphere and the rest of society and bring them over to white positivity and going free. And so I'm sharing testimonials now, like I read to you all here. You all have heard, some of you have heard hundreds at this point, hundreds of testimonials. 9 of them were suicides, but there were many others. And I decided to start sharing these as part of an effort, I should say, to bring folks in. And some fellow wrote and said, oh, well, my way and these other ways are just as good. So I told him, go ahead, set your other ways, your way and these other ways aside for now. I invite you to come on over, learn about going free, look at our massive successes, voluminous successes. And then if you decide, well, you don't like going free, this isn't for you, you can always go back to whatever it was that you were focused on before. You can always go back to the ways that you think are all just as legitimate. And this is really part of the, I guess I should say, part of the lesson of going free today. Because there is this phenomenon across the West that I think is largely fed, by the ideas of radical individualism, which of course is suicidal. You don't have to worry about individualism disappearing. Sometimes people freak out. You don't have to worry about it disappearing because it's part of who we are. It's innate. We have to try to work collectively for our individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. It's something that all the other races do very well, second nature. For some reason, we don't do it as well. So you don't lose your individuality by tamping down radical individualism. But because of this radical individualism, people have come to this, and other things, but largely people have come to this conclusion that their opinion on anything is as valuable as anybody else's. Now, there are times when they will happily say, no, my opinion is not worth as much as someone else's. Like when it is a brain surgeon that's going to be operating on their child. They don't try to intervene and say, my opinion about how this should be done is X. My understanding, when they just done some a little scant amount of reading somewhere, dabbled a little bit in the brain and how it works and the nervous system or whatever. They don't inject. They just want the professional to come in and say, we're going to do this and we're going to move forward. But for some reason, when it comes to socio-political matters, everybody thinks that their armchair bullshit is as valuable as things that are working. They have no evidence of success. And you know what? Okay, maybe I shouldn't say they're bullshit. But I get frustrated when this is an area for 3 decades. I've been active out in the world, nearly 3 decades, and subjecting this material to scientific rigor and the scientific method. And folks want to come along and say, what you need to do is XYZ. Well, if XYZ was working, and that's been around since before your grandparents were born, then it's time to give that up, or at least set it aside and see what we're doing here. See the difference here. So this is an important challenge to us. This idea out there that so many people in the socio-political environment have, that their opinion on what's going on and what needs to be done is as good as somebody who, I don't know what kind of intelligence you may have demonstrated over the span of your life. I don't know what kind of intellectual victories and mountains you've climbed. I don't know how long and how many hours, how many countless hours you have focused on the challenges to the well-being of our people and what's being done to us. I don't know, I could just go on and on. I don't know how many meetings you held where lots of people showed up, nobody showed up, but you kept getting out, you kept working at it, you kept experimenting with the different tactics to see what worked, actually going out into cities and delivering leaflets to experiment on what kind of responses different messaging gets. I don't know how much all of that you've done, but it's probably not as much as a guy like me. And that's the reality. So if you're one of those folks, look at me as the brain surgeon who's going to be operating on your child. If you have not had success in the past with whatever endeavor that you are advocating now, then at least for God's sake, set it aside, see what we're doing here, look at the testimonials. I mean, can you imagine looking at, and this is not the first time, can you imagine looking at a testimonial. I've had people write in the threads. Look at a testimonial of somebody saying, this changed my life for the better. My whole family now agrees. Nobody in my family before, when I tried all these other methods specifically, cared, or in fact, the exact opposite happened. They all hated me for it, got fired from my job for it, or whatever it is. This has changed my life. Now all of this is going well. Now I've changed. Even Bob at work, who would never have listened to me before, changed his mind. I ran off an anti-white at this place. I've had people read testimonials, and then I'm not kidding, with impudence that knows no bounds, right under it. Well, that's all well and good. But what we really need to be doing, that's all well and good, but what we need to be doing? Seriously? So, in large measure, I don't know what's going on in Intellectual Embargo's life. He's a great guy. Guy's a great guy. I've spoke to him in private. He's a great guy. But you know what I wonder? I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say it today. If Red Ice would have interviewed this guy the 5 times or so of all the times that I asked them to interview him, maybe he'd still be making great content. Maybe more people would know. Maybe 1,000, maybe 10,000 would know about Intellectual Embargo and this magnificent content that he has been making. And not only that, not only he's been making, but all of the potential this guy had. I mean, let's be serious. This guy was like the way he constructed thoughts intelligently, and his delivery superior to Jared Taylor, and definitely superior to Jared Taylor in that he's advocating white well-being. He was using the concepts of white well-being. He was using the 5 key concepts. So better constructing thoughts, better in the delivery of those thoughts, and using the method that is winning in everybody's life that adopts it. And crickets from Red Ice. Crickets when I sent numerous messages. Hey, this guy is amazing. If you need somebody to interview, it's this guy. You know who else I've reached out to them many times about? Brant Danger, the only person on planet Earth that has built at this size a homeschooling assistant program with all of the people who have come, wonderful people, brilliant people, come together. So I've waited long enough. I've waited long enough for folks to finally say, hey, this and hey, that. This person's doing great. Look at their great achievement. This is a wonderful person. How much? I mean, the reality is, folks, don't bail now. And I'm not saying that, it's totally because of being ignored that Intellectual Embargo is leaving. But there's no way that did not encourage that decision. There's no way. I mean, let's be serious. If he was being interviewed, if he was being celebrated, if he was being entertained, if he was folks sharing his videos, if that was happening, then he would feel valued. If that was happening for Brant Danger, he would feel valued. How do you turn away from these folks and ignore the great work that they're doing? So I'm gonna put it to all of you out there. Not all of you are Red Ice. Not all of you. Who else did I message for these guys repeatedly to say, share his stuff. Please talk to him. Please. Yeah, some others that I still can't say. So you're not one of them who can reach thousands and thousands. But you have a Gab, don't you? You have a Twitter, don't you? In fact, while I'm saying this, have you all been sharing? Have you all been sharing tweets? Have you been sharing the work of these people? Have you been talking about them? Have you been telling your friends about them? Who made this clip? My God, how many times do I have to hear this? The same year, Rosa Parks' backseat refusal kicked off the Montgomery bus boycott. You know what? Rosa Parks. That's what I have to say. Her and that story to hell. I'm sick of hearing about it. Since I was a baby in elementary school, I have had to hear this story again and again and again and again. You know what? I wasn't the one. I wasn't there. And millions and millions and millions of white people weren't there preventing her from sitting in the front seat of buses built by white people, invented by white people, a bus line owned by white people, rubber for the tires made by white people, lug nuts made by white people, metallurgy, white people, electronics, white people, paint on the roads, white people, asphalt on the roads, white people, concrete in the parking lot, white people. I wasn't there when all the white people invented and built all that shit and then said, you know what, you can get on, but you have to sit in the back. And then they had to just fight their way to the front. So Rosa Parks, can this get any clearer? Ladies and gentlemen, can it get any clearer that this is about victimizing Western kind, white erasing Western civilization, taking from you anything that you will be dumb enough to allow them to take from you? Just lower your fists, feel that white guilt. This is why saying no white guilt is such a revolutionary statement, because you are saddled with it at birth if you're a white person. So it is to say no white guilt is to say, I do not accept the identity that you have placed upon me. That's the most revolutionary thing you can say. Does anybody know who made that clip and tweeted it? That was HB 2014. Made 1,000 clips. How many have you shared? Now, I understand with that one right there, because I'm actually censoring myself from saying the F word by stopping the air from passing over my vocal cords. I understand if that one might be a little too radical for your maybe the folks that you're are friends with on Facebook or Minds or Gab or wherever. But how many of the others have you shared? You're on Twitter, just easy to share, but you could also make a clip out of that. It's not hard to do. This guy's made over 1,000 clips, and when he makes a clip of Fuentes, a much higher percentage of Fuentes followers will retweet than happens here. So if you see things falling down, if you see good people leaving, talented people leaving, you got to blame yourself. I mean, that's the only person you can control is yourself. So there can be other factors, but at the same time, you have to say, what did I not do? And so, you know, with intellectual embargo moving on, and anybody else who is starting to feel like they're unvalued or undervalued, or their work's not having any effect, when they bail, when they decide, well, I've got to go live my life. And of course, there could be, you know, other things. I don't know what else could be going on, other opportunities, etc. But when they go, you have to say, what could I have done? So if you're one of those people, but I'll also say, I'm gonna get into the book here one sec. If you're a person who's thinking about, well, I think I'm just going to go back to doing my best to ignore anti-whiteism, or because nothing's happened yet. I'm going to tell you what, nothing magnificent, nothing truly worthy of your life and time is going to be easy. We all know that at some level, but we need to be reminded. So it's not going to be, well, I invested 3 years, I invested 1 year, I invested 7 years, I'm afraid not. This is a lifestyle. This is a purpose for your existence. Do you want a purpose for your life? Do you want to just say, oh, I'm just going to go try to X, Y, or Z with my time. I'm just going to go be bored and try to be another vague out there. You're never going to be able to stop thinking about it, because you're going to see anti-whiteism, and you can't unlearn these things. just as easily as anti-whites impregnated you with anti-whiteism, you are now impregnated with whatever you have learned from the white sympathetic sphere. It won't go away. And I've seen it far too many times that people cycle in, cycle out, cycle back in, cycle back out. You're not going to find anything out there. There's nothing out there. It's a barren wasteland with nothing but pitfalls for white people. Diamondback rattlers, scorpions, carrion fowl. I mean, it's everywhere. Nothing but horror. So if you're thinking, well, maybe I've done enough or whatever, no. And if you see somebody go, you need to say, what wasn't I doing enough of? Did I not say, did I not celebrate? Did I not share enough videos? I mean, we're talking about this anonymity issue yesterday when I reviewed Spencer and Sticks. And that video is full of powerful takes. Every person can and should share that. There's nothing there that is going to get you to going to get you fired from your job, unless, you know, maybe you work for Satan himself, then maybe. But when people move on, I mean, it happens, right? But we can't be agnostic about folks leaving. You have to say, what's gone wrong? What did I not do? And we're the only people. We're the only ones who talk about this, and it works and it's real. So, I mean, it's time to just say it like it is. People are not talking about this. They're not. How many times, you know, another guy I've reached out to folks about is Fournol. How many interviews have you seen him on? How many times have you seen his great works shared? How about the great works of Imminent Rain? I mean, are we going to get halfway through Andrei's symphony, and then it's going to become, you know, so empty in the house? Nobody cares what the guy's creating. Nobody cares the amount of time and love and genius he's investing. Triggers in your subconscious. So on page 129, second edition, iteration 2. Cues from your environment and your conscious thoughts trigger MPs in your subconscious mind. And I would say, much as I think Red Ice, Henrik and Lana are the best, their boys are magnificent, this was really dumb. This was really, to not have all these guys on. You need guests, and to not have all these guys on. I mean, I've waited. It's been enough months. It's been more than enough months. And now we got a super talented guy who is leaving. Damn. All right. Cues from your environment and your conscious thoughts. So you have your subconscious and conscious mind, and the subconscious mind. Those things are always churning. You don't control those. It's like your heartbeat, right? It's happening. And just like your heartbeat, you can influence it. You can also influence your subconscious dialogue, but you can't take control of it. It's going, and it's going with what you've learned. Now, and that means that we refer to them here, that there are triggers in your subconscious mind. That both things that happen outside of you and things that you think about with your conscious mind can trigger those things. And when they're triggered, they bring forward all of the associating and attendant thoughts. And that is how the human animal is controlled. You're fucking welcome, white sympathetic sphere. Jesus. A cue is any element in your environment or conscious thoughts that activates an MP you are infected with. An MP is an anti-white concept, an anti-white idea. Where did I put my glasses? And I also want to say, a big thank you to everybody who is active and who's making it happen. We have to celebrate each other, or we'll think that nobody cares about our efforts. A cue is any element in your environment or conscious thought that activates an MP you are infected with. For example, you are standing at a bus stop with a group of strangers. A white man gives you a leaflet that warns about anti-white, non-white violence and the dangers of a growing anti-white, non-white population. While riding on the bus, you wonder if your family will be safe in a community composed increasingly of other peoples, both good and bad of other peoples, because their projection is different than our own, and they create a different culture. But of course, the ones who are an actual, like physical danger, are the anti-whites of any races. The leaflet is an external cue. The thought you had while riding on the bus was an internal cue. Both activated MPs with which you are infected. Once an MP has been triggered, the interpretive mandates connected to each anti-white precept are evoked by your subconscious. For example, you likely feel shame or that you are doing something wrong for holding or even listening to or reading opinions that conflict with anti-whiteism. You feel like an outcast, ugly, uneducated, frightened, etc. You'll have a lot of these guys who like to bluff a lot. They bluff in a lot of different ways, don't they? The same kind of guy who would say, oh, well, when I hear that or when I think that white people should put an end to the victimization of our people, I don't feel any ugliness. I don't feel like an outcast. I don't feel uneducated. I don't feel any white guy that says that is the same kind of guy that has told many stories about the sizes of things that are utterly ridiculous. The size of the fish they caught, how tall they are, the size of their muscles, how they used to be, and even the size of other things. All lies. Because this is a guy who knows that he's weak, but he doesn't want anybody else to know. He inadvertently, though, telegraphs that he's weak when he bluffs with the bravado. So we all know instantly that when we say something at variance with anti-whiteism, that we're an outcast in that society. Now, we don't want to be in that society. We don't want to be on their pages. But in your subconscious mind, you have been taught that to hold opinions at variance with anti-whiteism makes you an outcast. It makes you uneducated. And you know, more importantly, that those around you are also thinking those same things. How can you know what they're thinking if it's not also in your head? Imagine that you stand on a small stage, surrounded by a random crowd of strangers. A man on a megaphone tells the group that you don't think the races are identical, that you reject diversity, that you prefer associating with your own people. All eyes are on you. How do you feel? One of these days, we're going to have like an applicable, I don't know if we can technically call it a therapy, but we'll see. Maybe a 2-person practice, or I don't know what we'll be able to call it, but where we have like these little scenarios, because you have to explore your subconscious mind to find these demons that are in there. The bodies of those slanders, the smears, these anti-white concepts, the bodies are buried in the subconscious mind. There's no exhuming them. Like I've said before, if you can't exhume your ability to drive a car or ride a bicycle, you can't exhume the anti-white concepts. So the ghosts are floating around in there. You need to explore that honestly and find those ghosts that we know are there, unless you're a fucking vegetable, unless you hit your head and you were drooling and you know nothing anymore. They are there. So you have to be mature enough to hunt them down and then say yes. And what's the best case scenario is when you can remember when you learned the filth. And that happens for everyone at different levels and at different times. People will say, oh my God, Jason, I remembered when I was thinking the other day, and then I got to other things and I wasn't paying attention anymore, and I got to this, and then I was out on the boat, and then suddenly I remembered when I learned this anti-white precept. Then you really have a chance of exercising that demon from the subconscious mind. Now, it can't go away, but the way we exercise the anti-white demons in the subconscious mind is with counter triggers, the creation of new concepts that seat just like the MPs do in your subconscious mind that are triggered when an MP is triggered. You're welcome, white sympathetic sphere. Thanks for not saying shit about our success. By contrast, when you endorse anti-whiteism, you feel righteous. You feel welcomed, supported, intelligent, virtuous. Same stage, same crowd. Same man on a megaphone telling the crowd that you think everyone is identical, that you support diversifying your workplace or school, that you enjoy your contact with exotic cultures. Now, why is it important to think about a random big crowd surrounding you? Because if your dumbass says, well, I can imagine me being down at the bar in whatever country town, and if I said that I love exotic cultures, well, they would beat me up. Buddy, you have just set yourself in an exception to what you believe is the rule. Because we know very well, if you're being honest, that if we say a random crowd, and why is random important? Because with all of these anti-white concepts, get ready, white sympathetic sphere, with all of these these anti-white concepts, you learned that the vast majority of people, that the people with power, that the people who can make you into a saint or make you into a devil, that anti-white is the way they think and feel. So you know then, deep down in that subconscious mind, not at the hillbilly bar, not at the rally for your political group where it's a invite only, random crowd, you feel, and that's an important reality for you, you feel that a random crowd is going to denounce you, is going to feel like you're uneducated, you're ugly, you're unsophisticated. That is the anti-white narrative. What actually happens out there in any 1 or 10 or 50 scenarios is immaterial, because the reality that you're living is in your head. It's just like the definitions. It doesn't matter what it says in the dictionary about a particular word, anti-white slur like racist. All that matters is what's in people's heads. Oh, he's loud and passionate. Well, then change your diaper and start over. These thoughts and feelings are automatic and instantaneous. By the time you begin consciously examining the cues that triggered these thoughts and feelings, you have already interpreted, judged, and measured the cues by anti-white standards of right and wrong. So subconscious mind, people talk about the zone. Business or sports is where it most often happens, often as well in entertainment, music, etc. You get in the zone. There's no conscious thought there. That's an admission that Jason is right. Your subconscious mind is lightning, exercising almost total control. The conscious mind is like Granny with the walker, and she's only got half a leg. You have already considered the cues at the speed of subconscious thought, which is the conscious thought as the speed of a jet fighter to a biplane. Even if you consciously know that the anti-white interpretations, judgments, and measurements are wrong, your conscious mind is forced to wrestle with your subconscious for the prize of your identity. What's worse, not only have your conscious thoughts arrived late to the struggle, but you are further disadvantaged because your conscious mind requires effort to wage the fight. Your subconscious mind requires no effort. How much simpler can I make this? If you have questions or comments about the subconscious mind, conscious mind, and what I'm talking about here, pipe up now while we're in this segment. Going to get on to the two MPs right now and some MC suggestions, as we are just past 9 minutes past the bottom of the hour. This is MP. Have you ever heard this one, folks? White people are unathletic. Whites are unathletic. What are you tempted to do when you hear that? Whites are unathletic. This is normally something that you hear more often, like, or you hear quite often when you're a child, when you're a white child. Because there are so many wonderful non-white athletes, but more importantly, they're put in your face constantly, these non-white athletes, in entertainment and news, and they show white women fawning after them. So very often they'll take white girlfriends or a white wife even, which is a big slap in the face to the women of their race. So as a white child, you have this put in your face all the time, especially if you were a white athlete. Were you a good white athlete? And did you have this thrown in your face? Yeah, but there aren't really good white athletes. All the really good athletes are non-white. They put this in your face, and then what ends up happening? Do you want to participate anymore? Do you feel like you can achieve? Do you feel like you can win? Do you feel like you can succeed? I heard this many times, and you see it many times as well. For example, when I was in high school, I was a star athlete, and in my first year, I had rushed, and let's see if I can remember the exact numbers. Maybe I won't remember the exact numbers. I think it was, yes, I do remember. I believe it was 1,152 yards in, how many games was it? I don't think it was 10 games. So I was rocking and rolling, and I had more than a dozen touchdowns. So the subsequent year, beginning of the season, this is during 2 practices a day prior to the season starting. So you've got, what is it, a week and a half, 2 weeks of that? 2 weeks of that, I think. And then you have school starts. And normally when you want to play high school football, you've got to be there for the whole 2-a-day practices, because that's where you're paying your dues. And you're learning a lot as well about what your playbook is going to be and how to execute those particular plays, the particular offense, the particular defense, etc. This is American football. And rushing, by the way, if you don't know, rushing means that you have been given the ball and now you are running down the field with it. So those were very good numbers. And I had gone through 2-a-day practices, and it was like 1 day before school starts, and therefore it was going to be a week and then the first game. And or maybe it was just a couple more days, than maybe like 3 days before the first week of school and then the first game. And here I am, lightning fast, and star athlete from the previous year, and gone through the 2-a-days, and all of a sudden, with like 3 2-a-day practices left, this black running back shows up from nowhere, and nobody knew who he was, but he looked the part. He looked like he could be good, and part of looking like he could be good, a good athlete for white people, was that he was black. I mean, this is a fact, right? There are a lot of great black athletes. Not saying anything in opposition to that. But this guy shows up, and what happens? The white coaches who knew I was lightning fast, high vertical leap, magnificent balance, rocked the world the previous year. And I'll tell you about one of the games as well. And just a tidbit out of it. And just destroying the world during the 2-a-day practices coming up to that year. They immediately fired me from the starting position of running back. This guy that they replaced me with had not even seen a day's worth of practice. They didn't know him. He came from somewhere far away and just said that he had told the coaches that he had played football where he had come from. He didn't tell us about any sort of like unbelievable background, which you would still have to see evidence of to believe, right? Well, no, he didn't have to show any evidence. He didn't make any claims either, so good on him. But he didn't have to show any evidence. He was just a new black athlete. And so they took the white guy that they knew was out of this world, and they replaced me instantly. And so I became second string to this guy. And that is in large part because of the attitude that we are taught that whites are not as good as non-whites at sports, at athleticism. How many white guys were in my position then and might have said like this, I'm just going to go white flight into alcohol. I'm going to go white flight into drugs. I paid my dues. I worked my ass off, and they're just going to take it from me for nothing. How many white athletes did that happen to? How many guys that are delivering your package from UPS or FedEx or US Mail or whatever it is that could be starting running back at your university, or could be the starting running back in an NFL team for your city or whatever it is? I'm not saying that they would absolutely. I'm just saying, how many times has this happened? When it comes to non-whites, they're always like, oh, it's a precious mind. It's a precious body. It's a precious. But with white people, dehumanized, you're thrown out. So I was furious, but I wasn't going to walk. I wasn't going to white flight into something horrible. I stuck around, and we watched him perform. Not awful, but not good. I mean, he certainly wasn't a star athlete, and he wasn't a great athlete. He was maybe a lukewarm running back, and they did not pull him. They did not yank him out. In fact, maybe it was the first week of school that maybe it was the first day he skipped practice. So he had come to like 3 practices, or no. So it was maybe like 6 practices because it's like 2 a days. Then he skipped a practice, didn't tell the coaches nothing, showed up the day after and said, oh, I just had something else to do. That's what he told us too. He's like, oh yeah, I wanted to do something else. I didn't want to practice yesterday. Then, so he was there for that practice. And then the subsequent one, still performing milquetoast, lukewarm. He skipped another practice. And then the coaches told him, well, you got to come to the practices. You can't just like come to only the practices you want. And then he said, you know what? Never mind. I quit. So how long would I have had to wait for these white coaches to decide that actually, why aren't we seeing like magic out of this black athlete? Because we all know that whites aren't as good of athletes as black ones. So why aren't we seeing? I mean, they might have been confused for the whole season. Look at an NFL team, etc. Look at all these teams that make these sort of errors. So you're told in so many ways, whites are unathletic in words, but also in deeds like that. I was faster than him. He might have been an inch taller. I was faster. I don't know what his vertical leap was. So might have been the same. I don't know if how much higher he could have jumped, but he was a running back role. That's, it's not like he was a receiver having to leap for a ball. And he weighed maybe 10 pounds or so more, not much. And he went down like a big wet sack the first time a defender would hit him. He just would go straight down. There was no fight to stay up and get another half a yard or get away and get more yards. Whites are unathletic. Here's a meme curative you could give in response. Could you make your hatred of whites any more obvious? You wouldn't say that a non-white group is incompetent at anything. Now, I have a commentary here, and I posed this question when I first brought this up. Resist the urge to cite our tremendous athletic achievements. Anyone who would say such an MP is denying a reality as obvious as night and day. So obviously we have really superb athletes. There's no reason to say, but what about Brady? But what about, and then start naming them and go on. Some of these people, sports fans, they can name magnificent white athletes all day and night long. It doesn't matter. A person saying such a thing is anti-white. And if you want to get them out of that, or you just want to shut them down, you just point out that it's anti-white. You know very well they're not going to say, oh, well, this non-white group here is terrible at this, unless it's a statement of convenience because there's nobody else there to hear, for example. And if somebody does that, let them know. Oh, really? So in this conversation, it's just you and me, and you're saying, oh, you sure would say, and then for me in this argument, you're going to say, well, this non-white group is bad at this particular thing. Okay, I'm going to go to school tomorrow. I'm going to go to work tomorrow and tell everyone you said that. Are you still okay with holding that position? And you'll find out real quick that the statement was one of convenience to win an argument. And then I have no pity on SOBs like that. The other MP I wanted to touch upon today is it is immoral to care about your people. That's somebody talking to us. So it's our people, then our white people. It is immoral to care about your people. How many of you have heard that before? It is immoral to care about your people. I have too. It is amazing the egregious things that anti-whites will say without the least bit of shame. And here's a suggestion for a response. You only say that when the people is white people, which reveals that you are anti-white. You would never say that it is immoral for a non-white person to care about his people. You would never say that it is immoral for a non-white person to care about his people. And then, like I did with the Hassan character, you get right to the heart of the issue. And the heart of that issue is that they believe that to care for the well-being of white people is going to end up in murdering non-white people. And therefore, the only moral thing in their world is white ill-being. And that, my friend, is the biggest victory that anyone can ever have with a conversation with anyone. You get an anti-white to say, well, it's not really about, the poor little, poor little beautiful black girl with her little pink dress on and little pink ties in her hair, ready to go to school. It's not actually about her. It's actually about white erasing, biologically white erasing my people. Now I know what I'm looking at. So if you have any questions about those, I'd love to talk about them. The game I wanted to mention was my football team. And I've told you the picture that I had up on my wall of me being carried off the field as a youth younger than high school. That game was my entirely white team. All the little boys were white, and the opposition was, I don't know, maybe they were 50% non-white. Big rivals. Our uniforms were like a white and like a light purple. Theirs were black and red. And so it really looked the part. Well, I went off in high school to play. We went to play another high school whose freshman team had not been defeated in 4 years, undefeated for 4 years. So and they were more than half non-white, and they were that half that was non-white, or more than half that was non-white, they were black. They did have good athletes, and also a very violent school. And but probably because of the masonry outside and the steel that they put in the building. And so we went there to play. Well, when we drove up in our bus, we actually had like older brothers and older uncles and maybe some mothers and cussing kids. So adults like in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, cussing us when we drove up. Again, the team, I think we had, I don't think we had any black guys on the team. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 non-white guys, some good guys, nice guys on our team, but the rest were white. And there we were again. It was a scenario of light colored uniforms against dark colored uniforms, and the actual uniform, not the skin. We went out there. I rushed in that game for 200 and I think it was 252 yards, and I scored 4 touchdowns. We stomped their asses into the ground. The first loss that they had in 4 years at that school. We got back on that bus and we rolled out of there singing that hey, goodbye as we rode off victorious. So this nonsense about white people aren't good athletes or they're not as athletic as non-white people or whatever it is just a mean pathogen to make you feel less than. Don't you dare handle this the wrong way and say, well, we got good athletes as well. You just point out that the SOB making such a claim is anti-white. And by the way, if your little boy or little girl, you got them going off to elementary school, they're going to hear this. You better tell them that they're going to hear this and tell them how to respond. That if another kid says to them, well, white kids aren't good athletes, or white people aren't good athletes, that they need to respond by, that's anti-white. It's not true, and it's anti-white that you would say it. Make sure your kids know that. Let me see what you all are saying. We're nearing the top of the 8th hour, the next to last, and looks like we've had some real champions show up over here on Entropy. And looks like we also might have a clarification from No White Guilt Clips. I deeply appreciate all of you who are participating in one way or another. And one of those ways that you can participate while we are in the gathering is by way of financial gifting. So let me get to this. We have, let's take a look at the No White Guilt Clips clarification. He said, they say that, quote, equality of opportunity, close quote, which I believe is an MP, is good, but equally of outcome is wrong. So they try to say that so you're talking about like maybe a conservative, get to me on that. Are you talking about a conservative person who says, oh, well, equality of opportunity is good, but equality of outcome is bad? That is, you're right, it is an MP, if that's what you're saying. It sounds like the argument a conservative-minded or nationalist-minded person would take. Where they're coming from, by the way, if power goes out here, there is a hell of a storm. So if it goes out, I'll be back as soon as I can. But what is the reality of equality of opportunity today? The reality of equality of opportunity today is informed by the anti-white narrative and anti-white morality. So that means that decisions are going to be made that if something is read by aliens 10,000 years from now, that is going to be very different from that reading, because they're going to say to themselves, remember, it's not the big harm that's done to us. is not so much the law or the code itself specifically, because very often these things for a very long time were written in a way to be interpreted to mean something that most people would agree with, but then was creatively interpreted to mean something that is very different and victimizes us. So the equality of opportunity is a great example of that. It doesn't exist in a void. It's not being read by computers. It's being read and interpreted and applied by human beings that believe that the anti-white narrative is the real world, and that believe that the anti-white morality, which is the highest immorality the world has ever known, is the morality of our day, that they have to pursue the anti-white morality to receive the accolades of a moral person. Do you follow me? So we'll see. I mean, I don't, maybe I answered what No White Guilt Clips was asking there, and he won't need to write anymore if I did it kind of in a general way. But do follow up if I missed anything. And equality of outcome is, of course, maybe more of like a literal verbiage for both equality of opportunity and equality of outcome, or just the word equality, because inside the anti-white narrative, the word equality doesn't mean what it means in the dictionary. And maybe that's another way, No White Guilt Clips, you can address these people. Because the hidden premise in that statement is that there is a very specific meaning of the word equality. You have to apply the literal meaning that is in the heads of everybody who will be interpreting and applying the word and therefore the statement. Great question. That's a lot of people are going to gain a lot from that. Great question. We have a true champion. Get out your raucous emojis. Beyond the $20 mark for Dissonant Agnostic, who financially gifted $25. Thank you so much, dear brother. He writes, since government is the state, will a debt default be our best hope for white renaissance? No. Thank you for asking this question. And please, as I speak, provide some clarification in the question widget if I'm not getting to what you are asking. So the best hope for a white renaissance, which I'm not exactly sure what that is and what that would mean. If we have a revival of art and artists or creativity or something of this nature, no one's going to know, because the anti-whites are going to prevent that from reaching our brothers and sisters. White people standing up for themselves, if they don't stand up for themselves with a unifying thought that encompasses peoplehood, there's nothing there. That's just easily smashed in pieces. The best hope for our people is to adopt the lexicon of going free and to implement those concepts in their thinking, in their verbiage, in their lives, so that we are living in our own story. And in that story, we see ourselves in our personal well-being by way of the group's well-being to which we are belong, the group that is punished and or victimized, and therefore us as individuals victimized. That is the most important thing. Now, you're talking about, will some sort of calamity, whether it is a default on the loans that we owe, the United States owe, not us, because you have somebody with more power that could come and say, oh, you have to pay it for me, that doesn't mean that it's actually ours, right? So could could a default on the loans and some sort of disruption, or I should say, or rather some sort of disruption, give us opportunities? Yes. But the opportunity, calamity, is South Africa without white well-being. So that's the bottom line. Do not wait. There is this, and I'm not saying you're responsible for this or you hold this view. Thank God you asked this question so I can speak to it briefly. There's a train of thought in the white sympathetic sphere. Many of you have come across it. Maybe some of you have even thought this at some point. Maybe you're thinking it now. And that is that, well, if something horrible happens, if it just gets worse, you know, if the economy, if we have a recession, if we have a depression, then we'll have a white renaissance. If we have a depression, if we have a war that bankrupts, and then we have maybe some hurricanes hit and they can't pay for the, and you have populations that are going without food, and then we have an opportunity. No, my friends, you have death and misery. Death and misery. No white people. If that white guy next door to you, if you couldn't go over to him and say, hey, brother, we need to stick together for our well-being on the basis of being a single people, because we're victimized for the membership we have in Western kind. And so you are going to be victimized and I'm going to be victimized because we're members of this group. So if we're going to avert the victimization, if we're going to protect ourselves, our wives, our children, we're going to have to recognize that it's our group that is being decimated, and therefore us as individuals and our families, rather than just think about ourselves. If you couldn't get your neighbor to buy into that, do you really think you're going to get him to buy into, hey, man, we need to stick together as white people, you see, because the entire economy has crashed and there are roving bands of people going around eating other human beings? No, they're going to say to you, fuck right off. I'm going to go get in my family van and we're going to escape. Because you know what the gazelle says when the lion shows up to his buddy? What does the gazelle say to his buddy when the lion shows up? I don't got to be faster than that lion. I just have to be faster than you. That's what individualistic people do when trouble hits. They flee for their own asses. So if they're worried about their own asses today, if they won't even stand beside you because they might be called an anti-white slur, they're not going to side with you when the concern is they might get eaten. They're just going to go. They're going to find a way to protect themselves, just like they were doing the day before when they had to protect themselves from an anti-white slur. So we need to be becoming the only, and you can really see this on display in South Africa. It really boggles the mind that this strain of thought continues in the white sympathetic sphere. No White Gill Clips wrote, great answer, thank you. Well, you're welcome, brother, thank you. It really boggles the mind because we can see in South Africa what happens when things get a lot worse without a unifying idea. A flag is not a unifying idea. As much as you want to think that nationalism, because it just feels so easy, that, well, we'll just rally around the flag of our country. Or we'll just rally around our religion. It feels so easy. And the reason it feels easy is because, for a white person, is because the identity there is not Westman, man, woman, and child, which you've been taught to fear and hate and think is ugly. So people, they are wont to, and it's a sign of the sickness, it's a sign of the disease, that they're like, oh, get together on Catholicism? Yeah, let's do it. Get together on the church in general? Yeah, let's do it. Get together for the country? Yeah, let's break out the flag. Because none of those things blatantly say white race. Every single one of these people are able to then go back in their private lives, even if they come to you in the meetings and say, yeah, this is about us white folk. They'll go back in their private lives and say, no, it's just about being a good Catholic. It's just about being a good Protestant. It's just about being a good American. Don't get mad at me. Do you think that's the kind of person that you want by your side when things are getting bad? Do you think it's the kind of person that you're going to be able to rely on to be out in the streets and hold the placard and will stay there when the police allow the anti-white rabble, terrorists in the streets to attack? You really think that guy's going to stick around? Come on. In South Africa, they had the opportunity of nationalism. They had the opportunity of religion. They had the opportunity of language. They had all of these opportunities around which they could have found their hub, their fulcrum, to have an identity. But all of that, my friends, has already lost to anti-whiteism, hasn't it? So why in the world would anyone invoke one of the strategies that has already been beaten by anti-whiteism? Let's do that thing that anti-whiteism beat. That will save us. Seriously. So all of those ideas that people try to adopt to defend against anti-whiteism that have already lost failed in South Africa. And it didn't matter what their currency is worth. It has all collapsed. Has it not? Their currency all collapsed. They have water treatment plants failing. They have electrical grids failing. Roving bands of violent gangs. And of course, this is all I'm telling you what others have told me. So you have to check it out for yourself, whether or not any of this is true. And then, of course, verify anything you hear with CNN. Right? State corruption, astronomical. I could just go on and on. I don't have a lot of time, so I won't. It's gotten as horrible, far worse than it is in the rest of our countries. And there was no renaissance. There won't be a renaissance without a collective identity that is a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. Everything else, every other identity of our people, whatever it might be, it's all already lost. That's why we're in the position that we're in. I speak logic here because I hope and pray that my audience can hear and see reason, logic, and evidence and are mature enough to submit to it. Not everybody can. Others will only come over here when there are enough asses in the seats. I get it. It's a real way to kind of see the world and who are the betters and who are the average folk. So I hope your ears out there are one of those pairs that can hear, understand, and then submit to superior reason, logic, and evidence. Thank you very much, Dissonant Agnostic. That's a great question. Really enabled us to get into it here. Whoa, folks. Whoa. Get out those 07s. Dude Bro Moment just financially gifted $100. $100. That is a total of $150 for this stream. He writes with it, KIP. Keep it Promethean. And what does KIP mean? You can look in the books to find out. At its core, it means that, or rather should state it this way, reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of interpretation and creation. That's at its most basic element, most basic point is exactly what kipping means. Thank you so much, Dude Bro Moment. $100. What a champion. Coming in here. That's showing enthusiasm. Why do people gift like this? You know, I got to say it frankly. I know we're 12 minutes after 8 o'clock and I want to get calls. Damn it, I want to get calls. And I got to get these announcements. And I have so many. I'm going to have to do a roll-in for these, maybe most of these comments to read. But others go out there and as I actually said not too long ago, and they make promises about what their political group or what their religious group or whatever will do in the future. It's all about, are you imitating well enough what I have seen in the movies and or what I've been told happened in history? Are you imitating that well enough? And then if they are, there are people who show up to give hundreds of thousands of dollars to people who are doing nothing, who have achieved nothing, tangibly nothing for our people, for themselves, a lot. but tangibly nothing. I have watched it happen again and again and again. Folks show up with hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, all the time you see Republican politicians receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions. Nothing good being done for Western kind, for America. Nothing. These people, they make promises. This will be done in the future. That'll be done. Here's the money to make it done. Make it done. Here it is. It never gets done. It's just always a promise about something in the future. And then a complaint about how they were undermined. We're not complaining about how we're undermined because we win with this practice. So people here that financially gift their hard-earned dollars, they're not the kind of people who can give away $100,000, $200,000, $500,000. These for them are $100, $25 are bigger chunks of money for them than the $100,000 that somebody is able to give away. They're giving this sum because they see what works, not a promise of what will work. Do you see the difference? If you don't, then the learning disabled class is for you. Step into the retardus to your left and have a nice day. It will teleport you to the proper location. So God bless you, everybody who financially gives. Dude Bro Moment, what a champ. Another champ. 07s, keep them out. If you had them out for Dude Bro Moment and Dissident Agnostic, keep them out and keep them going for Marie Curie, who just financially gifted $50 US. 50 US over here. God bless you, sister. That is magnificent. She writes here, I just want to say hello to my brothers and sisters all over the world, especially in South Africa. Lots of love from Germany, exclamation point. Well, lots of love back to you, dear lady. You are a shining star in that once great country of Germany. And it'll be great again because of folks like you. Thank you so very much. Let me check over here on Cash App, and I'll see what you all are saying. The ones who tagged me, at least, I hope, on the other platforms. We have, let's see, somebody calling themselves LD3, financially gifts $14 US. Thank you so very much. And writes with those $14, how can the movement appeal to more white women? Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. I think the ladies, we have more ladies. There's no denying this. We have more women in service to white well-being than any other circle in the white sympathetic sphere. Far more ladies here than anywhere else. And the ladies that are here, they're smart, they're industrious, they love, they don't want to be in charge of the men. You know, I can speak truths about women here, and they're good. They know those things are truths. You know, they're not saying you can't say anything negative about a woman because that's an insult, and I demand an apology. That's not going to happen here. Those women will immediately leave. Those women occupy other spaces. I mean, I know there are pagan guys who complain to me all the time about what they have to put up with in those circles, which is definitely not just there. They're good women, white sympathetic women in the pagan sphere, 100%. But there also are some women there that the pagan guys complain to me about. You know, there's no denying that, right? The great Roy Danton is here. Christine is here. The great Franklin was here first today. Caleb, hello to you. So how do we get more white women in the movement? Which means the more white women we bring in, the more women, and by the way, we don't just have white women. We have non-white women as well that endorse white well-being and object to anti-whiteism. They've made their voices heard as well. But how do we get more white women to come in? How do we, and then that causing there to be marriages and children in a way that it's actually productive, right? Where both of them are going free and they raise the children, inoculating them against anti-whiteism. That's the only way that it's productive. I mean, you don't want to end up with all of these other scenarios. I have 3 decades almost of watching these families who they thought, well, if you just don't let them watch as much TV, or don't let them watch any TV, or make them run around the maypole, everything will be fine. Sorry, doesn't work out that way. Almost every one of those kids, I mean, the success failure rate is no better than the average white family out on your street who's not talking about any of this stuff at all. And you think that's not true, then you don't know enough people. How do you do it? How do you bring more women in? You introduce them to going free. Women want men to be men. Women want white men to be men. And they want a man. And how is a guy being a man? Listen up, guys. Listen up. Especially if you're one of these young guys and you're in the America First or whatever it is. Women want, woman of the West, they want a man, a white guy to be a man. And how does a white guy be a man in this context? He doesn't go to the woman and talk tough. He doesn't go to her and say, we will lay waste to their cities and, carnival, video game, movie, theater garbage. A woman doesn't want to hear that. And if you go to a woman and she's like, yeah, run. Because you're going to wake up one day and she's going to be sitting over top of you with a razor blade at your throat. A real woman of the West wants a man of the West to come to her and say, I'm going free. Here's what it means. It means that we love our people. It means that we're focused on our people. It means that we are going to protect our people, all of us, from the strongest man down to the weakest child. We're going to protect every single one of them. And that means, young lady, that I am going to be protecting you. And you, in what capacities you can, are going to protect me. And together we will protect our children and our family. And we will be doing it in the entire time with love. So I will stand at the door. Metaphorically, I will stand at the door with my love for you all. And that will keep me in that doorway to act sanely against all threats against our family. 100%. Not going to be any, half thought through, half baked violence, stupidity. But if it comes down, or I should say, with whatever aggression is brought to us, I will meet that with a jot more so that that which I love is preserved. If a woman sees in you that if you have to act with violence, or if you have to act with compassion, or if you have to act with humor, or if you have to act with intelligence, whatever it might be, in defense of our people, born out of a love for us, she will celebrate whatever you have to do in that defense. Do you understand? She will celebrate and love you for whatever you have to do. Those are the actual instances or the possibilities when a woman knows that if you had to violently defend the family, that you would, that it will actually turn her on. It will actually make you someone that she desires, a real man, able to get into an argument, friendly, unfriendly, able to get into a comedic response, able to get into a violent response. She will know that you're capable of it all out of love. You try to go to a girl and you talk about how you will violently do this or violently do that, and that is just irrational violence, and that scares women because they are smaller, because they break easier, because they have less strength. All of this on average. Not every single case. That's how you bring more women in. Everybody else has gotten it wrong. You're welcome, white sympathetic sphere. God bless you. That's a great question. Talking about another wonderful woman. I love Jesus Christ. Dependable as ever. $10 financial gift. And she writes here with it, as always, for white well-being. I think that answers the question that came right before it for white well-being. That's how you get more women in. And women are definitely, especially for the America First guys out there, women are definitely not, and I know for all of there are guys in there that would prefer finding a lady and being able to start a family, someone to love, someone who be there to talk with, etc. They're never going to like, kind of being like a snarky little brat. And that's fine with your buddies, but they're not going to be attracted to that. That won't get their motor running. Let me tell you. And also big bad words about how violent you can be will make them run. You be a man who loves with compassion and willing to do anything for that love, and the waterworks will get started. Roy Herbert is here, financially gifting $3. Thank you, good brother, and great to see you. He says, I once played rugby football as a center, similar to a running back. Oh, okay. I'm glad you shared that because I know nothing about rugby. And he says, and Simon Halliday and I struggled to keep up with, Simon, and I struggled to keep up with him. He did go on to play for England, however, so I'm not too embarrassed. Well, then I assume based on my story that is he a non-white guy? And so he went on to play. Well, no, I mean, why be embarrassed? We all have the fact that you were doing as well as you did is magnificent. Well done. All right. Let me see. Where are we? Oh, boy. Gosh. Let's go ahead and do the announcements quickly. We don't have any mail. There was nothing in the mailbag. So we're going to get to the calls in just a minute. Real quick, I want to again mention and celebrate Mark Dice, folks. Mark Dice. Mark Dice, and there are others, and there will be more. They'll be able to say the things that we're saying. They'll be able to use our concepts. They won't be able to use anybody else's. So, and do I have to prove that? No, because reality has proven it. So make sure that you show Mark Dice some appreciation. Tell him right on, attaboy, whatever it is. He's doing the right thing. It doesn't mean, and we don't have this here in this strain of thought from the white sympathetic sphere where, Mark Dice said something about anti-whiteism. Oh, therefore he also thinks, and then you add all this garbage from other places in the white sympathetic sphere. No, not at all. It doesn't mean that at all. It only means what he said. That's it. And it's a beautiful thing. And I salute him for that. I also want to celebrate another one of our unsung heroes that does a lot, who's always at work, and that's Masumi Rabbit. Let's get an 07 and raucous emojis, some 07s and raucous emojis for Masumi Rabbit. This guy is just constantly at work, doing things for white well-being. He is collaborating with others. He made the artwork, all of the artwork for that video that I can't share on YouTube, but you can see on, is it on Odyssey? If somebody could share it in the live chat, it doesn't necessarily need to be the URL, but the platform and maybe the proper spelling for the channel. And if folks want to go over and check it out, the Julians was that very fun cartoon. It was a retelling of the Rudolph story, and Masuma Rabbit did all of the artwork there, I understand, and it was fantastic. It was perfect for that story. And Naderific, and who else was it? Nathaniel also in on that. Wonderful. And so Masumi Rabbit did that, and he worked on many hours on translating the Go Free glossary into Spanish. And I think he might have been doing that with some others. We salute them too. But he was at work diligently, assiduously on that, nose to the grindstone. Without people like Red Ice interviewing him to say, "Wow, that's amazing that you did that, and you've done all these different things for white well-being." And he is always at work helping Mr. V with Mr. V's GFC, Going Free Club. So this guy's a great champ, and thank you all for celebrating Masumi Rabbit. And if we could, please, of the content creators, does Masumi Rabbit have a oh, I like the rabbits, Lane Sabatino. That's cool. Does he have a channel? I can't remember. I thought he did a channel. If he does, let's make sure that everybody finds out his channel, and then if we're not following, we get over there and we subscribe to him. So God bless you. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, Masumi Rabbit. You're a true champion. We also have a guy over on Gab, and I don't know much about this yet, but I'm very interested. I'm honored by it. This I think he's called We Are the West, and he's on Gab, and he is making a fan fiction Prometheus Rising video game he's working on, as I understand. So round of applause for We Are the West on Gab. And I will look into that. And I think you had some question. Okay, Masumi Rabbit doesn't have his own channel, but Western Media is where you can see the Julian's video that Masumi Rabbit did all the beautiful time. That took a lot of time, right? Come on. Let's show some love. Maybe get over there. You're right under the video. Thank you so much, Masumi Rabbit, for doing all the artwork here. I mean, the anti-whites would be patting each other on the back for the garbage that they're doing. So I think there was a question by We Are the West on Gab about whether or not I would object. And if I did, then he would stop. But no, make your fan fiction game. Yeah. And let us know about it. I'm very interested, and well done bringing more attention to Prometheus Rising, which, as I said, for all of the good that the lexicon of going free has shown, saved lives, literally, people who were about to commit suicide, produced lives, it's just on and on, saved people money, kept people out of jail, made people money, brought people out of depression, enabled people to get promotions at work, better scenarios at work, better scenarios with broken relationships. Imagine mending those terrible relationships. For all the good that going free does, the practice of going free, I'm positive that Prometheus Rising will do more good. But we have to make it happen. And just so everybody knows, Prometheus Rising is not like a replacement for your religion. Say you're a devout Christian. Prometheus Rising is a spirituality that will enable you to be a more enriched and fuller participant in whatever your religious faith may be, because you're going to bring to it what we as men and women of the West already have done to it. It's like that because we are investing ourselves in it. So it will make you better at that rather than undermine. All right. I mentioned, okay, let's say. Okay. Now, because we already have so much and we're already talking about Andrei's song today, and then we went back and played, the first playing of his song, I want to go back maybe next Sunday or on a roll-in and bring attention to, I know I got his name here somewhere. Mentioned him last week. I'll find it and I'll mention his name again. Well, I want to bring more attention to him on another day anyhow, because today would be just too much in the shadows music-wise. So let's see. Now it looks something that I wanted to get your input on as we are entering the final half hour. We'll go a little bit over the top of the hour. That's okay. But I wanted to get your input on. Now, for several weeks, I asked about, would people be interested, how many of you would be interested in attending our own conference in August of this year, to gauge how much interest there was in attending our own conference. And I just didn't receive enough interest. There weren't many people at all. And I surmise that it has, in some part to do with, buying plane tickets and hotel tickets and a conference fee. And maybe you got other trips you're going to do. Like maybe you're already planning to say, go to American Renaissance or something like this, or you're going to go to some like Groyper event or whatever it is. And with the inflation, with the prices going through the roof, I mean, I saw, what was it? Meat or eggs or something was like 18%. It's just the petrol for your automobile going through the roof, record-setting prices. Almost 250,000 people, border crossers, wonderful people, came across the border just last month. And these are ones that weren't coming across with the proper documentation, which of course means nothing, right? So, but they've got to eat, and they've got to have baby formula, and they've got to be transported. So a lot of money going to those things, not too much money for our families. And so there just wasn't enough interest. And so disappointing, but it is what it is. And I wanted to ask you all, do you all have anything in mind? We've talked about before, maybe getting together at some of these other events. So maybe some of you are thinking about attending the American Renaissance. Could we get together there, or some other event? Let us know, and then we'll consider it, and we'll see how many people can make it. I won't go to American Renaissance, for example, just of my own volition, just like for the heck of it, unless there is, or any of these others that are going on, unless there's much more momentum. All right. I think we covered, and we're going to hit up one more commercial before we take calls. And then I'll have to get to these comments. I think I'll just get to them during a roll-in. So don't miss the roll-ins, folks. I know it's a lot of material to listen to over the course of a week, but most of us, we have drives, we have downtime, we have there's plenty of opportunity. Maybe even at our job, I've had plenty of jobs where I could stick the earbud in and I could listen. There's a lot of material here, and you're bettering yourself by leaps and bounds. So make sure that you avail yourself of the content, and you get to hear the great comments that people, we're not going to have time today because we don't want to go too far, after the top of the hour because of the requirement for Spreaker. But we're going to watch this and a brief commercial. We'll come right back and we'll take calls, and I'll see what you all, but first, I guess I'll see what you all are saying, tagging me, and on the other platforms as well. And we'll be right back.
Everyone, thanks for tuning in again for a special update to the What's Anti-White competition, where we ask you to upload a video answering that very question. It's a way to spread awareness of the concept and make sure that it's explained by the people who care for our well-being and not the anti-whites. And just to make things more interesting, we're offering a small financial incentive, which means that the person whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win $100. And for second place, $75. And for third place, $50. As you're surely aware, anti-whites have made financial transactions almost impossible for those of us who oppose them, and so all prizes will be paid in Bitcoin's cryptocurrency, in US dollars. But even if you don't qualify for a prize, you just might gain something that is infinitely more valuable. An honourable mention! Yes, both organisers will give honourable mentions to the entries they consider to be outstanding. But of course, all entries are honourable in that they show the heartfelt commitment to the well-being of our people. So please, get working on a video, have it completed by July 25th, and notify an organiser. If you would like to increase the prize pool, all donations will go directly to the winners. But please note, we are only accepting Bitcoin donations, and let us know if you do so we can name you as a sponsor. So thanks for tuning in to this announcement, and be sure to subscribe to Kindred Creators YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey and Telegram for further updates. And let's unite against the anti-white. Hey!
Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Köhne. Arm yourself with a psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best, within legal means, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
Gotta get along and walk beside the road. But all my needs were not a wonder to load. Show another way. I knew not what to say. You took me off the road to know the way. Girl from Galway Bay, you took me out of time to know today. Girl from Galway Bay. Open fields and skies have been my only home. Worn out boots and on my back was all I owned. The last town had me framed. Next will be the same. You took me off the road to know the way. The girl from Galway Bay. You took me out of time to know today. The girl from Galway Bay. Turn to me and let me see everything. Seeing you now lets me give you something. See each other give and have everything. Now nothing to hide. Galway Bay. You took me out of time to know today. Girl from Galway Bay.
Show him some love in the live chat. That is our one and only Mr. Jared George, and looking handsome in that clip right there. Girl Galway Bay, looking handsome, sounding great, playing the guitar, great voice. Yeah, he's quite a guy. All right, let's get to some of our
Western civilization.
I didn't mean to do that. We'll get to the calls instead. Looks like Mr. V is going to be first. If anybody else would like to call in, let me know. Mr. V, if you are ready, then I will give you a call. Here it comes.
Hey, brother.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Caught me a bit off guard there. Just took me a moment to answer.
No worries. No, it's okay.
Well, I'll comment quickly, brother, before we get to the GFC updates and everything that's been going on.
Cool.
When you're doing a media business, you got to be looking out for, popular people that are going to attract someone to, listen to or watch your show and care about it, etc. And I think there seems to be this issue in the white sympathetic sphere as a whole, where we're seen as kind of, just a clique, if you will. Just though it's the small group, etc. Right?
Right.
Like we're not exactly the popular kids, which I think is, I think it's totally incorrect. First of all, I think the numbers for other places in the white sympathetic sphere are kind of exaggerated. It's all a lot of the same people.
Yeah.
Whereas we actually bring people in. So
Right.
I'm not going to speak to the reasons as to why this or that show doesn't bring one of our guys or gals on. I'll just say that whoever bets on our people is betting on the winning white horse.
That's right. I like it. We are Rich Strike. We are the horse that won the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we're headed there faster than anyone else toward the recapture of our destiny. We're definitely on the lead. I mean, where's the exciting stuff coming from? And it's just win after win after win. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? We do everything. Our guys do everything. Just put on amazing shows. So much talent. Just the talent is just off the charts. You could do an entire show, brother, just thanking people for all their work,
really
or just
could.
an entire show reading testimonials. That
Yeah.
happens nowhere else.
No, that doesn't happen. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it doesn't happen anywhere else. Whoever wants to invest and really, you can't even say that you're taking a risk. You're not taking a risk. A lot of the people, a lot of our guys that you think aren't as well known, they should be well known, and you should be the person to interview them first.
Yes.
You should definitely want to do that. I mean, Brand Danger. I mean, come on.
I know.
Come on. Like that's like Imminent Rain too. Like the album sounds so good. Like what? Like a whole metal album about a book. Like where has this ever happened before?
Nothing.
Like all this.
Yeah. Nothing like it. Go ahead. Keep talking.
No, brother, I didn't mean to interrupt. But it's
No,
just,
you didn't interrupt me. Please. Yeah, keep going.
We have to kind of remind ourselves of how mind-blowing all of this is. And I just mentioned it to a few people today. Like when you're asleep, someone else is doing work for white well-being. You go to bed with some nice Promethean dreams. Where else does that happen? Where you go to bed and someone else is doing great work. There's too much stuff going. You can't even know all the stuff that's going on and all the stuff that people are working on. It's just like so much work that's happening.
Yeah. It really is. And that's, it's really lamentable that people like, Intellectual Embargo, Imminent Rain, Brand Danger, Fornull, you, Jared George, so many others who are so active and making things happen for our people. I always look at this because this is how I looked at it for so many years. I guess maybe being on a lot of teams as well might have played into this, but I think primarily, it's just my objective being my real objective, and that the well-being of white people is my real objective. That's what I dedicated my life to. So I thought that others who were in those environs would be, to various degrees, motivated just like me. But when I think about it in terms of like different labs working on cures for cancer, then we should definitely, I mean, you're like one of the scientists at the lab. Vernal is like one of the scientists at the lab. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to bring folks on that are doing, or that because they don't come on, rather. So you don't have to bring them on. You can still mention them in all of this news reporting that they do. So much in the white sympathetic sphere is just doom documenting, doom dissecting, and they're just not interested in people who are changing things for the better. And I may not interested, but really what does not interested mean here? And I think it's quite obvious that there's a lot of ego going on, and there's no way to placate them. The only way to placate them would be to show up with tons of money. You know, if I could have said to different content creators that I reached out for people for and said, hey, I'd like you to have this person on, nothing else, say nothing else. I want you to have this person on, here's $1,000. They would have done it in a heartbeat. They would have said, yes, give me the 1,000, and that's all it would take is $1,000, maybe even less, maybe 500, the smaller kind of content creators, maybe 500. But instead, you know, I said, this person is magnificent. This person is doing great work. This person has this potential. This person, you know, these sorts of things, because I'm thinking that I'm talking to somebody who has the exact same objective as me, as the preeminent one. I'm not saying that none of these people care at all about the well-being of whites, but I think it's clear by the behavior that it's way down the chart to other things. And I think, you know, maybe also a bit of it is another aspect of the ego, in that we are working with the things that work and are changing in an environment with people who like to just complain about how bad things are. And it maybe just feels unrelatable to them. And to witness these different writers and videographers, podcasters, to witness them after I have asked, hey, would you have this person on? Here's how magnificent I think they are. Here's all that they've done. They really deserve to be highlighted. And more importantly, people need to know about them so they can come to see the content that they're producing, because the people will get better. We're trying to do better. And then to see them not act on bringing these folks on, and instead interview and bring on people who are deleterious for our folks to hear from, people who are going to come on and use verbiage that is deleterious for our people to use, people who are going to come on and do just more complaining about how powerful the anti-whites are, how bad they can make things for us. It's just sickening, quite honestly. It's sickening.
The same thing that happens with people who call themselves conservatives and those kind of reporters and etc. is the same thing that unfortunately is going to happen with people who don't take note of what's happening here in the white well-being community. That's what's going to happen, is you're going to find yourself, you know, really covering stuff that doesn't matter when everybody else is moving on. We actually bring the news, and you're going to end up with, for example, we cover stuff that those people call themselves conservatives don't cover. And what's going to happen with these people who don't cover us but are white sympathetic is you're actually going to see anti-whites cover us more than you do.
Yeah.
That's just not right.
It's not right.
We want to give you these news of like all these victories, all this exciting stuff that we're making happen. We want to give you the news. We want you to get the scoop on this stuff. And you can do so many interesting shows. Like it's extremely interesting to talk to Brand Danger, who's a teacher, who's qualified, and talk to him about this and about anti-white indoctrination how to undo that, and the possibilities of what it would be like to have an education system that's actually white positive. There's just hours and hours of show on there. Don't worry, you will make money. You will make money. We will make you money. But I mean, someone's got to report on this stuff. And if you've already got the platform, please do so. Investigate, talk to people. They'll tell you about what everybody else is up to. You'll have plenty of people to interview. You'll have more content than you'll know what to do with.
Yeah, without question. I can't believe I shake my head all of the so often, just all the time, with the kinds of things that I see myself, and I also learn from others, are being discussed on content creation shows and everything that we've been naming so far, but also like the talk among the individual participants. For example, there was a political, a wannabe political group, and recently had some sort of a meeting where there was a lot of shouting, and there were some good speeches that were given. And more power to them, good for them. They got talk. They are getting interviews. They have, it's all like a murmur. Again, this is like going to the cancer research, and there are others. I mean, people talking, like all of the interest in, for example, I'll just throw this in as well. All the interest in Nick Fuentes and whether or not the allegations against all the different allegations are true, and whether or not the other side, the allegations about the other side are true, and who's false. This is all like major conversation. And it's not just because it's drama. It deals directly with whether or not Fuentes and a political ambition for himself and those that America First will endorse. That is all wrapped up in that conversation. It's only interesting to folks because of that potential, that political potential. And you can look in your own life, in the lives of your parents and parents before that, and the parents before that, and more power to Fuentes and those who are going that direction as well, the other party or wannabe party. More power to them to do that. But you can look in your lives and those who came before you and see none of that ever worked, ever. It never goes anywhere. This is the acme of these activities, is to put on a meeting, to give speeches. Sometimes the speeches are educational, sometimes the speeches are demagoguery, but that's it. It doesn't go further than that. It has never gone further than that. For our lives, our parents, our grandparents, think about our great-grandparents. If that was ever going to work, that sort of thing was ever going to work, it would have worked for them when our countries were much healthier, right? When our countries had far more white people, right? Now there's even less chance. They've reached their acme, and good for them. I'm happy they're having a good time. If they go further, then more power to them. But this has been it. And yet it's like this endless talk about, did you see this? Can you believe that? How many people across the white sympathetic sphere said, can you believe that going free community, that white well-being, that white positive community, that they had 9 people who were going to commit suicide and then got off the path to suicide? Can you believe that people in that community have implemented that strategy and gotten wealthier? Can you believe that people implemented that strategy and averted jail? Can you believe that people had ruined their lives, implemented that strategy, and are now building those relationships back? Can you believe this? And then the requests are, come on, we have to talk to you since you just did this, since this is happening and you're a part of it, we have to talk to you. Nothing. Crickets. But you get in front of a microphone and you shout into the microphone, you give a speech about a history lesson, you're like an angry historian. And so you give your angry history and then you shout, and more power to the people doing that. Everybody's got a place. There's a place you can live when it comes to me rent free, and it's over in your lane. And you're an angry historian and you shout that you're tired of talking about the history anymore. And then that is the big news. That is what everybody's got to talk about. That's what the interviews come in for. Again, more power to them. Glad they're, where it conforms to my morality, then that's fantastic. But not talking about Mark Dice, not talking about these politicians, not talking about these people that have picked up the lexicon that these content creators and writers and interviewers, that they have all been ignoring, that they've known is there. Many of them have met me in person multiple times, years and years and years going back. And they're like, wow, that guy, I mean, how can you see, that guy was saying that, told me that 15 years ago and stuck with it. And I thought I thought it wouldn't go anywhere, but it really went somewhere. I think I will studiously ignore that. It's bizarre, man. It is bizarre. I guess when you are, it goes back to my analogy, I'll pass it back. When you're addicted to heroin and somebody comes forward and says, we have a new supply of some really good heroin, then that's going to be the conversation. And it's not going to be the conversation or the conversation is not going to be the new treatment for heroin that gets you off of that garbage and gets you to what you really want in this world, which is a high that comes about by being in touch with the biospirit of the West and growing and producing a wonderful family and actually making a difference in this world. I'm going to pass it to you, brother. I will not go to my grave or however it ends for me. I am not going to go to that place at that moment a complainer about how bad things are, and investing my time, my energy, my money, my life in a strategy that I know has repeatedly failed.
Yet being allergic to results, that's definitely been a serious issue in the white sympathetic sphere. And no one is willing to look at it from this in the same way that we do, which is logic, reason, and evidence. Does it serve white well-being? Does it get results? Then it gets done. Does it do the opposite? Then it doesn't get done. It's very simple. We have the right system, really. This didn't come out of nowhere, too. I wish people would investigate. Like, for example, brother, you talk about Dawkins at the beginning of Go Free. Look into, the mimetic theory. Look into all the people working on that. Think about that, right? Like, I'll give an example. I saw there's a manga in Japan. I think it's called Eye Shield 21. It's about American football. And the same MP that you were talking about black athletes, the same MPs show up there. And it's in Japan. It's all the way,
Wow.
Different people. And it shows up. Why? Because they consumed American media that had anti-whiteism in it. And they got those MPs. And then the guy who wrote it, the manga, who made the Japanese graphic novel, he put that in his show, like in his manga. They talk about, like, only a black athlete could do that. And they talk about how, as if they have the muscles that other races don't have. As if they're specifically created by nature to play American football.
Yeah,
It's totally ridiculous. But mimetic theory is real. Look into it. Like, everything that we do taps into so many disciplines. I wish people would understand how much there is here and how much there is to do and learn. If you stop reporting on all this doom documenting and stuff, your money's not going to go away. You just switch to reporting on victory and making fun of anti-whites.
Yeah.
Like at Kino Casino, they make so much money making fun of people. Make fun of anti-whites, you'll make tons of money. There's so many shows you can do like this. I mean, well, I'm ranting now, brother, but yeah, I don't understand how people aren't betting on the winning horse.
It's ridiculous. And a lot of these same folks that I'm referencing here, they talk about sort of like friendships or alliances with China, communist Chinese, and Russia. And it is, I just can't fathom. The Chinese, the communist Chinese, already use anti-whiteism. They would never come into or compete with the United States and decide, well, we'll empower that white population that's in the United States that accomplished so much. We're gonna set them free. I mean, are you kidding me? Of course, they'll just pick up. If China invaded the United States tomorrow, or if Russia invaded the United States tomorrow and defeated the anti-white oligarchs in charge of us, they would just keep the anti-whiteism going. They wouldn't. They already use the anti-whiteism. They would just keep it going because they would want to control the United States. They just want to supplant the anti-white oligarchs who are already here. It would be advantageous to keep us in this state, not to empower us. Are you nuts? These people are. I can't imagine that. And I guess I see why they don't want to. They don't want to talk. Some of them don't want to talk very much, at least positively, about us, because they are. They think, well, then we'll have to abandon these ugly, incorrect stances, and then have to take on things that have been articulated and demonstrated to be superior for the well-being of white people. And I didn't think of it first, and so therefore ego. But what is going on before we have to wrap up, brother, with the Going Free clubs? Because everybody can and should join a Going Free club at their first chance. Floor is yours, brother.
Real quick to what you said about anti-whiteism coming from China. There's a video from Vice titled "This White Guy is the Biggest Villain in Chinese Film History." And it's about an American fella, an actor, who plays the villain in Chinese movies, in anti-white Chinese movies. And if you look up that video, it's titled "This White Guy is the Biggest Villain in Chinese Film History." This guy reveals that he knows that this propaganda is racial, and you can read it. It's explicitly anti-white. He's literally playing the villain in the anti-white narrative in the shows, and he's just okay with it. And the comments are full of people congratulating him, saying, "Oh, he knows it's propaganda, but he doesn't care." It's basically you're congratulating the guy for doing what these anti-white movie makers want him to do.
Yeah.
They use anti-whiteism. It's not just here. No, until a nation says anti-whiteism is wrong, etc., only then can we move forward with them and be allies. But let me go quickly to the GFCs. So we're getting more people, slowly but surely. We're getting more people who want to join. If you are in the Midwest, we don't have GFCs for your specific state yet, but we do have the Midwest GFC, and we post the links there to the GFC book clubs, to the karaoke nights, and to the movie night, where we've started to post those there as well. So if you are a part of the Midwest GFC run by Anglo-America, keep an eye out for those. The book clubs happen on Sunday, 12 p.m. ET. The karaoke night is on Saturday, I believe 3 p.m. Pacific. And the movie night is on Thursdays at 5 p.m. ET. And like I said, we don't have specific GFCs for each one of those states, but we do have the big Midwest GFC. And you can reach out at GFC of the US Midwest at protonmail.com. Again, GFC of the US Midwest at protonmail.com. The email addresses to all of these GFCs will be below in the video description. Patrick of Southtown runs the California GFC. You can reach him at california.gfc@gmail.com. Patrick's quite active, so it's a lot of fun to be in his GFC. I think he's got the most people out of all of us. Then Lycomedes, he runs the Norway GFC. That's ngfc@protonmail.com. So reach him there. N as in Norway, gfc@protonmail.com. Iberianrider runs the Southwestern European GFC, and he accepts people who speak Portuguese, Spanish, or Italian. So he runs that for Southern Europeans and European diaspora, and also people who speak those languages. And you can reach him at iberianrider@protonmail.com. Franklin is in the Virginia GFC. He runs that. And by joining the Virginia GFC, you have the highest chance of meeting Mr. Köhne. So join Franklin's GFC, Virginia GFC at protonmail.com. Franklin's doing the book reading with his GFC, and I think he's also going to be doing calls with that. So he is doing the practice. Join his GFC. Noah Gill Clips, who, as you know, is always clipping, always making excellent videos. I've heard him in the background work on this stuff. You can reach him at newenglandgfc@gmail.com. He runs the New England GFC, newenglandgfc@gmail.com. Western Associate runs the Florida GFC, and that's flgfc@protonmail.com. FL, abbreviation Florida, flgfc@protonmail.com. Baldur, he runs the Christian GFC, and he's doing Bible study from a white positive perspective. He is doing calls with that. So if you want to join in on those events and join a Christian GFC, you can contact him at christiangfc@protonmail.com. And then Larry's GFC is the Arizona GFC. So we now have an Arizona GFC. It's arizonagfc@protonmail.com, and you can contact him there. You can contact me for the Ontario GFC, Ontario, Canada, at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. And those are all the GFCs that we have now, and we hopefully will have more in the future.
That is so exciting. Folks, Natarific also put the link to the outreach team to get involved, and maybe even the link, and that's in the description as well, and maybe even the link to the general discussion on Telegram there to participate. Get in this community. You've got to get in here as quick as you can so that we can build community. And then when one of us is maybe not being noticed and celebrated, or when somebody's feeling down, we'll know, because we'll all be connected this way. This has got to be more than just a pastime, something we do for the heck of it. But we got to jump out of here, brother. What are your final thoughts?
The practice works. Getting in touch with our biospirit works. It's just a tremendous source of power. You can't go wrong by going free. You just have to invest into it, and you will see results. And you have to do the practice with other people. Don't skip the book clubs. Join the book clubs. If your GFC doesn't have a book club going on, consider starting it. All the GFC leaders are quite busy people. Maybe they can't start one right now, so you could take charge of that. We have to do the practice as a group. It has to happen.
Yeah, precise.
And that's all I got to say, brother. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you to all our brothers and sisters. And Promethean hails.
Promethean hails, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Magnificent. And I'm afraid that's going to have to be it for the calls. And we'll get to all these wonderful comments of you all's over the course of the week, a roll in, and then what we don't get there, the next Going Free next Sunday. Just one glorious, maybe we'll get a guest for that show. One glorious gathering after another. We're making big strides. We got a couple things here yet to read, and I'll take a quick look at the live chat since I missed that. Said I was going to do that. Let me jump up here. Caleb gives a salute, a big salute back to you. Ursa Major is here. Matt is here. Thank you all for being here. Time Master 0022. Great to see you. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Monday night, Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier is going to be on. What does she start around like 6 or so? And usually, and then the great Fournull will be on with his show tomorrow night over on his platforms. Does that start at 9, I think, brother? But don't miss those. It's community building. Get to know the people there. Become friends. We're all normal folks that are acceptable everywhere in society, believe it or not, except for, of course, DNC headquarters. But let's see. Who else do we have? Kristen, hello to you. Great to see you. Is that Ladine? Great to see you. Raymond Foster is with us, one of our greats down under. Good to see you, brother. And who else do we have? Artificer is here. Great to see you. RC the Realist. We're going to be talking about his music in a roll-in. Another guy made this whole album. It's very cool. And we're going to share that. It's so cool. So don't miss those roll-ins. Another reason. Patrick of Southtown is here. Great to see you, brother. Ulster is wonderful to see you. Glad to have you among the champions. David as well. Diamond Dust says, how about a yearly Yule Ball? Enough time to prepare and so much fun. Well, we would still have to find enough people really to warrant it, something that would be worth mentioning, I guess, on a national, international level. And but that's a fun idea. It definitely sounds fun. Roy Danton suggests a November for a conference. And both great suggestions. If you have a suggestion for me after we stop the stream, you're watching this in replay, whatever it might be, tag me and put it in the stream. I'll see it in the thread, rather, under the video. Thank you all for the raucous emojis, and we're going to be breaking them out here. Vexed is here. Unicorns I see as well. Artificer says, what gets measured gets managed. You mean by outside forces? And I think that Patrick of Southtown, yes, Promethean Promulgation is here, Southern Bloom. And I will turn around. Let's get the raucous emojis going. And 07s for Valentina, who financially gifted $30. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Here, as we are wrapping up the gathering with just a couple of minutes. That's wonderful. $30 financial gift. And we have keep those raucous emojis out. And your 07s, keep them going for the great Promethean promulgation. Financially gifting $25 US. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. A great champion in service to white well-being, ever faithful and at work. Thank you so very much. Valentina, that was the first time Valentina, I think, has financially gifted, or at least that I was recalling. So thank you so very much for that. I think we got one more over there. Let me make sure we didn't miss anybody here. We did have over here a gift of 25 tokens from Alt Media, and asking that I mention a link called Great Replacement, and just give a moment or two and then say .com. I'm not sure what that is, and I actually advocate, as you all know, that this theory and that verbiage is not as productive for us as white erasure, because that's what we can absolutely see. But that was from Alt Media, and thank you so much, brother. And a big hello to everybody that was over there on D Live. Canute was there. Promethean Reckoning was over there. Who else was over there? Board Troll, great to see you all. And of course, we had White Wellbeing Advocate celebrating like the wild supporter that he is in service to white well-being. Deeply appreciating. Online Storage was over there as well. And those raucous emojis and those 07s, I hope you still have them out, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to give a big salute, as I see first last showing up in the live chat. We're going to get a big salute to Mr. Ezra Saint White, who, as I mentioned to you, did the artwork, some of the artwork on the inside and the front of Prometheus Rising. It is truly beautiful artwork, and you get an opportunity to see it when you purchase Prometheus Rising, either directly from my collectibles, nowhitecollectibles.com, or going over to Amazon. Ezra Saint White saying here with his financial gift for white well-being, and financially gifting $300 US. God bless you, man. Every now and again, I tell you what, you're just like, what's going on in the world today? Every now and again, Ezra knows exactly when to show up, drop by, and then drop a few $100 bills. What a champion for white well-being. And this guy, I can say for sure, works not only as a great artist, but works with his hands for a living. So God bless him. We're very grateful. My gosh, what a wonderful way to wrap up a fantastic Going Free gathering. If you have any tips for how, any ideas, any feedback, but any ideas for how we might be able to reach more people more quickly, reviewing these debates has been actually quite valuable, not only for bringing new people in. I don't know if you know, I was reviewing yesterday the debate between Richard Spencer and Styx Styx and Hammer 666, I guess he started out as, and maybe now he's just Styx. Their debate, I reviewed that, and it not only did it bring new people in, it even brought Styx in. He showed up in the live chat and said he was taking care of his infant while I was criticizing him harshly, but I think fairly. And we also had a great opportunity there. I had this marvelous opportunity to talk about subject matter that we don't normally talk about because we're teaching Going Free. And I was able to give folks some very, very powerful takes, the kinds of things you're not going to find elsewhere, the kind of things that are going to make you do what I have seen happen to folks in front of me many times when I'm talking about these things and other things for that matter. When they suddenly get that holy face, you just figured all that out. Well, there you have it. There are some wonderful points over there. I hope we're spreading them. I hope we're making noise and bringing folks over. If you have feedback, maybe I'm doing something stupid. Maybe I'm doing something right. Maybe you think we should be doing other kinds of shows. I'm looking into seriously considering doing a political show, maybe an hour to 2 hours, because so many people are interested in politics. I would be talking about politics using the lexicon and dialectics of Going Free. So that could be valuable, bringing people in. And maybe do that on a Tuesday, maybe a Tuesday evening, evening time, thinking about doing that to bring more folks in. So being really active. But if you're looking at me and you're thinking, oh, Jason came up with this and made that change and that's good, or Jason came up with that and made that change and that's good, you'd be wrong. Because smart folks out there who care and love our people and who want to do the right thing, who want to protect us, they've reached out to me and they have said, I have a suggestion. I have a criticism, and the criticisms are based in love. It's more important for me to know what I'm doing wrong, especially if I'm not seeing it, than what I'm doing right, because then I can address that. But if you thought that I came up with the things that are working all on my own, you'd be wrong. Great people have reached out. They have given tips. They've given advice. I could go down the list. Naderific, Fornull, Brand Dange, so many folks have reached out and said, hey, here's an idea, there's an idea, and we do a little better. Get involved, and we will go the distance. There'll be nothing that can stop us when it comes to Going Free. One of these days, you'll show up at a gathering. There'll be 50,000. There'll be 150,000. Wouldn't that be something? We'll make it happen, folks. We just got to work together. Keep the faith. Don't give up now when it gets hard, because those who stay will be the ones who truly deserve the rewards and the immortality of their glory. I love you all. Let's go free.